Chapter 4757. The result was that these wills of astonishment could not weaken the steps of God. Of course, the 8th level was full of danger, but it did not mean that the other wills of astonishment did not have such strength. It was better to be careful. Look, that wisp of gray gas is dissipating. Suddenly, Old Man Guang pointed to the front and said, "Previously, when the goddess of dawn killed a wills of astonishment, the latter also turned into gray gas and dissipated. But they did not pay much attention to it. Now, they had sensed that something was amiss. Catch it." Taoist Tian Luo used his divine ability to bind the strand of gray gas, and then stored it in a jade bottle. After carefully inspecting it, he said in surprise, "I don't know what this gray gas is, but it contains astonishing energy. It seems that it's a good treasure. Everyone store the remaining gray gas. Don't waste it." After Taoist Tianluo's reminder, everyone reacted. Fortunately, the gray gas needed some time to float to the sky and dissipate, so there was no hurry. Lin Ling did not collect it. Instead, he stared at the sky above the forest, and a thought came to his mind. Could it be that the gas was finally absorbed by the forest, and then the wills of astonishment were revived? What an arrogant junior! How dare you touch my people in my territory? But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended, and the ground shook. Countless gray gas intertwined, and then turned into a slender figure. It was another wills of astonishment. The most terrifying thing was that this wills of astonishment were stronger than the previous 8. The aura emitted from his body was that of a superior deity. The sword in his hand was also longer, and it emitted a light like a sea urchin, which was frightening. With just a glance, everyone felt afraid, and the strength they could use was also reduced slightly. And this was just looking with their eyes. If they really fought, they were afraid that more people would be affected. Given the fact that the other party was a high god, how could they possibly fight? Why are there so many wills of astonishment? No, he's not a superior deity yet. I can only say that he's very close to one. Even if he's not a superior deity, with our current state, it's difficult for us to fight. We used all our strength to kill the 8 wills of astonishment. Everyone frowned, feeling that the situation was not good. In the previous battle, they had consumed too much energy. Even if they joined forces now, they would not be a match for this shocking will. No one has come to this place for many years. We've waited for you for so long. Unfortunately, you're not the people we've been waiting for. The man's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at the goddess of dawn and the others coldly and said, "Since you are not the people we want, then stay." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. "Be careful." The goddess of dawn, Dawnlight Elder, and the others all cried out in alarm. They mobilized their remaining divine power in an attempt to resist that terrifying sword. However, they were already weak to begin with. Coupled with the fact that the other party could affect their strength, they felt that their strength had been weakened by more than 40% before they even started fighting. Even the god who had used the god's stairs earlier found that his own god's stairs had been affected. Not only could this shocking will affect the power of the gods, it could also affect the steps of the gods. All of you are still too weak. The shocking willpower also sneered in disdain. Clang! However, his sword was quickly blocked by someone in a gray robe. What was terrifying was that this gray robe was like another shocking willpower. It was also emitting a gray color. However, upon closer inspection, it was not the shocking willpower. "It's him." Dawnlight Elder stared at the person who had attacked and recognized that it was Lin Ling. He blocked the shocking willpower sword. The goddess of dawn also exclaimed. The strength that the shocking willpower had unleashed was definitely more than 100 million units of divine power. In order to be on par with it, one's overall strength had to be more than 100 million units of divine power. After all, the other party could weaken the power of the gods. Without 100 million units of divine power, how could one fight? He previously said that if there was a danger that even he could not deal with, it would be useless for us to fight. Now, it seems like that is really the case. Taoist Tianluo frowned tightly. He did not understand how a mid-stage middle deity could be so powerful. "Who are you?" At this moment, the shocking willpower held his sword and looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was also very surprised. Someone who is not afraid of you. Lin Ling raised his head. He realized that the other party could affect his power of the gods on the steps of the gods, but could not affect his physical strength. On the other hand, he had a physical strength of 50 million units and 50 million units of divine power. That was a total of 100 million units. However, with such strength, the shocking willpower could only remain undefeated. Heaven-splitting slash, earth-splitting slash. Lin Ling wanted to test it out and activated the Pangas strike. He wanted to see if the Pangas strike would be affected. However, it was not. On the other hand, after the Pangas strike was used, the shocking willpower's divine power could not affect Lin Ling at all. What? The startling willpower immediately sensed something. After he could not affect Lin Ling began to take control of the situation and slashed out with his sword. Rumble! The shocking willpower was sent flying and broke many trees. When he looked at Lin Ling again, he took a step forward and activated the Quafu Sun chasing boots and chased after the willpower. What powerful strength! His means are unheard of. He seems to be a mid-level middle deity, but because he has so many powerful means, his combat strength is stronger than ours. Father, where did you invite this person? The goddess of twilight and the rest were discussing, and were shocked by Lin Ling's strength, especially the goddess of twilight. When she thought of how she had looked down on Lin Ling, she suddenly felt ashamed. This. Chengwang old man smiled bitterly. He had met Lin Ling on the road. He had thought that Lin Ling was a small fry, so he had brought him along. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so powerful? If he had known that Lin Ling was so powerful, he would not have dared to invite him along. After all, if Lin Ling wanted to harm them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, he knew that he had overthought. After all, if Lin Ling wanted to harm them, he would not have waited until now. Ha, you have met a powerful shocking willpower, right? At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the depths of the forest. More than 10 figures flew in and appeared in front of Chengwang old man and the rest. These people were unfamiliar to them. However, they could tell that they were gods from the chaos realm. It seems that you have killed many shocking willpowers. However, we have sensed an even stronger shocking willpower. That willpower is comparable to a superior deity. Now you are in trouble. One of the men said with a sinister smile. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Now that someone has helped us to stop that powerful shocking willpower, we can reap the benefits. Chapter 4758. Obviously, they had encountered the shocking intent earlier than the Dawnlight Elder, so they knew how precious the gray gas was. Robbers, the Twilight Goddess, and the others reacted, and their faces turned ugly. If it were any other time, they would not be afraid of these people. But in their current state, it was indeed difficult to win. You guys are too shameless. Although she knew she was no match for them, the Twilight Goddess could not help but shout coldly. Hee, you wanna fight? Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are a woman. The man in the lead sneered coldly. He looked like he was really going to kill her. After all, There were many gods in different eras, so it was normal that they did not know each other. Since they did not know each other, there was no need to give face. Even if they killed her, it would have no effect on the Chaos Realm and the Tao Realm. Evil Emperor, don't complicate matters. However, the gods beside him immediately dissuaded him. They looked into the depths of the forest, obviously afraid of the shocking intent from before. Consider yourself lucky. The evil emperor also knew that they dared to snatch the treasure when the shocking intent was not around. If the shocking intent returned, they would be in a lot of trouble. Hurry! Next, they did not waste any more time. They wanted to snatch the gray gas. Yo, where did these gods come from? How shameless are you to snatch the treasure like this? However, just as they started to move, a lazy voice was heard. Everyone turned around and saw a figure slowly walking out from the depths of the forest. It was Lin Ling. When they looked behind Lin Ling, the shocking intent from before had disappeared. Instead, there was an even larger gas floating in Lin Ling's palm, as if it was controlled by Lin Ling. This. Everyone was so scared that their snot was about to run down. Could it be that the shocking intent from before had been killed by this kid? One had to know that the shocking intent from before was comparable to a superior god. It must be fake. The Twilight Goddess and the Dawnlight Elder looked at each other in shock, especially the Twilight Goddess. She felt even more ashamed in her heart. Why would Lin Ling need her protection? Looking at the evil emperor and the other gods, they felt like they were dreaming. It's him. It's him. Most importantly, they came from the Chaos Realm and were the earliest to come to the void of the 9 states. They had seen Lin Ling kill a superior god with their own eyes, so they knew how terrifying this kid was. No wonder he could kill the shocking intent. It was this monster. You, what do you want? The evil emperor asked anxiously. I don't want to do anything. Get lost now, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Lin Ling said indifferently. The evil emperor and the evil emperor. Then he shot the emperor and the evil emperor. The emperor and emperor rushed the emperor and then shot. Then the emperor and the emperor. Looking at the others, they were all the same. They sue. Courting death. Lin Ling sneered as he unleashed the speed of the Quafu sun-chasing boots and slashed out with his sword. Rumble. The evil emperor's arm was immediately cut off, and a sword blocked in front of him, making it difficult for him to move forward. So fast. The evil emperor's face was pale. Previously, he dared to fight for the treasure, because he wanted to take advantage of Lin Ling's carelessness. Moreover, there were many of them. If they scattered, Lin Ling would not be able to catch up. But who knew that Lin Ling would be the first to attack him? You think my words go in one ear and out the other? Lin Ling sneered. I was wrong. I don't want this gray gas. The evil emperor put down the gray gas and retreated carefully. I think you'd better throw away your life. Lin Ling took the evil emperor's life with a slash. He had given the evil emperor a chance, but the evil emperor missed it. So Lin Ling was not to be blamed. After that, Lin Ling retrieved that wisp of gray gas, and even found 2 more wisps of gray gas on the evil emperor's body before slowly walking back. Lin Ling, the others have escaped. Seeing Lin Ling return, the Morning Light old man said respectfully. Don't worry, they can't escape. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Because I realized that this forest has the strongest will of astonishment. The ones before were just small fries. In fact, after we entered the forest, we were targeted. It's not easy to leave. But who knew that these guys would take our place? We're going to die. Now, let's use them as bait and leave quickly. Hearing this, the Morning Light old man and the others were shocked. Then, seeing Lin Ling quickly move forward, they hurriedly followed. In fact, the gods had indeed attracted the attention of the forest when they left quickly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Many gray men appeared, holding swords and blocking the gods. Not good, the will of astonishment. Most importantly, these gods had moved alone to shake off Lin Ling. This meant that they had to face at least 2 wills of astonishment. Why are there suddenly so many wills of astonishment? And they could not understand it at all. They did not know that because they left quickly, the forest targeted them first. This also gave Lin Ling and the others time to leave the forest. Of course, Lin Ling and the others also encountered wills of astonishment, but there were not many of them. Working together, they barely managed to deal with them. Lin Ling did not make a move during the whole process. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of the forest and let stronger wills of astonishment come. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others safely rushed out of the forest. They all had complicated expressions. They did not expect that a seemingly ordinary forest would have the power to kill gods. I should have heard that you don't enter the forest before. The Twilight Goddess looked at Lin Ling apologetically. It's okay. What will come will come. It's better to know earlier. Lin Ling waved his hand casually. Although he sensed danger in the forest, if he took a detour to avoid the danger, Lin Ling would never know about the Will of Astonishment. And the Will of Astonishment was probably related to the giant ghost. It was better to know earlier. Moreover, when Lin Ling killed the strongest Will of Astonishment, he heard it say that they were not the people they were looking for. Could it be that they were looking for the other wills of the 8 gods? Lin Ling could not help but worry about the giant ghost. After leaving the forest, the group advanced along the Million Mountains. After what had happened, they did not dare to fly casually for fear of becoming a thorn in their side. At the same time, a roar came from the distant sky. Lin Ling and the others looked back, and their expressions changed drastically, because the sky in the distance had been torn apart, and a large area of dark clouds poured in. However, Lin Ling and the others knew that those were not dark clouds, but poisonous ants. These ants were chasing them relentlessly, and had actually chased them to the 8th level. Chapter 4759. Lin Ling and the rest advanced cautiously along the mountain range. The shocking willpower from before had undoubtedly made them feel a strong sense of danger. Along the way, Lin Ling also checked the gray gas. The gas was contained in a jade bottle. At this moment, it was swirling and rolling in the jade bottle. It was very mysterious. Brother Lin Ling, what is this? The Twilight Goddess had also obtained a wisp of gray gas. She frowned and asked. After what had happened before, they had more or less respected Lin Ling. Moreover, they did not avoid Lin Ling just because Lin Ling was stronger. This was because they all knew that with Lin Ling's strength, he could harm them at any time. Putting everything else aside, he could have abandoned them and left. Why would he save them? I don't know, but I can ask. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said to everyone, let's find a place to rest. Okay. Everyone nodded. Then, Lin Ling took out the square prison and entered it. Although the square prison was Lin Ling's secret, the Sunrise Elder and the rest were in awe of Lin Ling's strength. They would not dare to act rashly. Moreover, they might not even know what kind of treasure the square prison was. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't arouse any greed in their hearts. Old Ghost, what is this? Lin Ling found Old Ghost and asked. When Old Ghost saw Lin Ling in the prison, he immediately revealed his yellow teeth and laughed. This is a strong willpower. However, I don't know who this willpower belongs to. My lord, you should ask Old Ghost. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Old Ghost was an ancient deity. He did not expect that even he could not see through it. He immediately took his leave and headed towards Third Great Lord's 3 cells. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to see Monkey King. However, when he thought of the Kunlun divine fire, he gave up. Instead, he asked Guangqingzi. This is the will of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, you've entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Guangqingzi was obviously very familiar with these wills. Back then, he and the 8 gods could be considered friends despite their age difference. What's the use of this will? Seeing Guangqingzi's familiarity, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This can raise one's divine steps. It's a rare treasure. If we let our wills devour wills, our strength will increase greatly. Guangqingzi said. Well, devours will. Lin Ling's expression changed. The first thing that came to mind was the giant ghost. If the giant ghost could devour these wills, its strength would be greatly enhanced. Of course, these wills probably also wanted to devour the giant ghost, so the giant ghost situation would be even more dangerous. Lin Ling, you're probably on the 8th floor now. Hurry up and find the Temple of Will. Get in there and get the cyclic sky seal. I think the great emperor of Jingji has already woken up. He has 40% of the 8 gods' strength. You can't fight against him. After all, He's the other side of the 8 gods, Guang Qingzi said. Apart from the great emperor of Jingji, there are probably many kings of wills comparable to superior gods. If you encounter them, you'll be in trouble. Okay, thank you Guang Qingzi. Lin Ling was familiar with the great emperor of Jingji. Next he looked for the key. His top priority was to find the cyclic sky seal, find the giant ghost, and finally get the world will host. The cyclic sky seal was Lin Ling's trump card on the 8th floor. Guang Qingzi also emphasized that Lin Ling must find the cyclic sky seal first. Otherwise he would be in danger. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling also explained the use of the gray gas. Raise one's divine steps? The divine steps have 6 stages. It's very difficult to raise them. I didn't expect the gray gas to have such an effect. If there isn't a god's staircase, is it possible to create a god's staircase with this gray gas? When Sunrise Elder and the others heard this, they were all shocked. The birth of divine steps was very difficult. It was even more difficult than raising one's divine fetus talent. For so many years, many gods had worked hard in this area, but they were surprised to find that the birth of divine steps seemed to be related to one's talent. But sometimes it was unrelated. Some powerful talents could give birth to divine steps after being raised, and some talents were still very weak. Even so, they could give birth to the divine steps. However, it just so happened that some high-level talents couldn't give birth to God's stairs. In the end, the gods came to a decision. A talent that could give birth to divine steps probably had an extremely powerful bloodline back in the day. Let's continue. If we encounter any weak great emperor of Jingji along the way, we'll kill it. Lin Ling was also looking forward to the gray gas. He now had 2 divine steps, the step of killing and the step of wisdom. If he could raise them both, his strength would undoubtedly rise to another level, especially the step of killing, which was even more important. After all, the step of wisdom was used to seal things. It had helped Lin Ling a lot over the years. Unfortunately, ever since Lin Ling learned the 3 extremes of the universe, the step of wisdom was no longer of much help. For powerful gods, the divine fetus talent was the foundation and the driving force of one's realm. However, the most basic combat strength depended on divine power. Divine steps, on the other hand, were like secret weapons. Gods with divine steps might not be able to suppress those without divine steps. But if 2 people were equal in strength, the one with divine steps would undoubtedly be stronger. The giant ghost is very far away from me. However, the key points in the direction of the giant ghost. Unfortunately, the most important thing now is to find the cyclic sky seal. According to Guang Qingzi, the cyclic sky seal is in another direction. Let's go find it first. Lin Ling pondered for a while and finally came up with a plan. Although he wanted to help the giant ghost, he also knew that he was too weak. Even if he could find the giant ghost, he wouldn't be a match for the strong ones. Die. Along the way, Lin Ling and the others killed a few wills of surprise. Then they divided the loot equally. Your Excellency, you dare to come to the 8th level? Are you looking for death? Now that there are many gods on the 8th level, it's good for us. The wills of surprise that appeared along the way all had their own consciousness. Lin Ling wanted to get their gray gas. And similarly, they wanted to get some energy from Lin Ling and the others. This was obviously a game of killing. Either you die or I die. Fortunately, the wills of surprise that Lin Ling and the others encountered were not very strong, so they were safe and sound. The White Maiden is in this direction. Running in the direction of the cyclic sky seal, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. They all had voice transmission jade talismans, so they could roughly detect each other's directions. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly found the White Maiden closest to him. Chapter 4760. Old Man Chengwang, I'm going to help my friends. If you think it's too dangerous, let's part ways here. After making up his mind, Lin Ling looked at Old Man Chengwang and the rest. It's okay. There are too many dangers on the 8th level. We'll follow you. Yes. Although we also want to find the stone tablet where the will of the realm is. It's better to do what we can. Old Man Chengwang and the rest laughed. Although they had only known Lin Ling for a short time, they all believed in Lin Ling's character. Alright, let's go together. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. Old man Qingwang and the rest were not weak. With them around, it would be more or less helpful. Over there. Then, Lin Ling sensed that White Maiden was getting closer and closer. He could not help but speed up. At this moment, in a valley, 7 figures united and constantly fighting the wills of astonishment. White Maiden was among the 7 of them. However, she was the weakest among them. After all, she was only a mid-stage mid-deity. Looking at the other 6, 4 of them were late-stage mid-deities, while the other 2 were mid-stage mid-deities. However, their strength was slightly stronger than White Maiden's. Most importantly, they all knew White Maiden, and were close friends with her father, the Sky River Water God. It was also because of this that they had been helping White Maiden all this time. However, their situation was extremely unfavorable. This was because they were surrounded by 20 wills of astonishment. Moreover, one of them was extremely powerful, and had strength comparable to a high-level deity. This wills of astonishment crossed his arms, and did not attack recklessly. He held his sword, and looked in a certain direction, as if he was waiting for something. The few of you should just surrender yourselves. Why are you stubbornly resisting? You are no match for us at all. Hee, the 2 women are quite good-looking. I want one of them. Sword light flashed as the wills of astonishment sneered and attacked continuously. They did not look like wills at all. Instead, they looked more like humans. Under their combined strength, White Maiden and the rest's strength was suppressed by more than 40%. Therefore, the situation was even more dangerous. 23 wills of astonishment, and the wills of astonishment that have been watching from the sidelines, is probably the king of wills. It won't be easy to swallow them all. However, the night god said that these willpower puppets can raise the divine steps. So these willpower puppets belong to us. Let's wait until those small gods are all dead before we make our move. We can also reap the benefits without doing anything. But I reckon that the Will Monarch must have sensed us, so he hasn't made a move yet. Far away in the valley, more than a dozen figures stood there and sneered at the scene below. When ordinary people encountered so many shocking wills, they would definitely avoid the limelight and leave. However, they didn't because they had sufficient confidence in themselves. More importantly, they had a high god amongst them. This was the Night Demon, an ancient god from the Dao Yin Tower. One Will Monarch is nothing, but I'm most afraid of several Will Monarchs appearing. I heard that these wills of astonishment are formed from the millions of mountains, forests, and lakes on the 8th floor. This means that there are innumerable wills, and it's impossible to guard against them. If all the wills of astonishment awaken, then we'll be in trouble. We'll be surrounded with nowhere to run. Also, I've always been afraid of certain things happening, such as the birth of the strongest will of astonishment. The Night Demon said calmly. Senior Night Demon is right. I only hope that when that happens, we'll be able to find the host body of the world will and complete our master's mission. Then we can leave. We've also found the way out. It's the sky we came from, but I saw that the sky is now filled with poison diagram ants. If we want to go back, we'll have to go through a lot of twists and turns. Poison diagram ants will of astonishment. TSK. The dangers of the 8th floor seem simple, but they're powerful and violent. No one dares to face them head-on. The other gods spoke one after another. All right, the King of Will has sensed that we're not on the same side as those small gods. He's about to make his move. At this moment, the Night Demon sneered and said, when those small gods die, we'll make our move. We'll take the puppet of will and leave immediately. He didn't know the 7 people who were surrounded, so he naturally wouldn't help them. He even hoped that they would die so that they wouldn't fight with him for the puppet of will. At this moment, the situation of the besieged Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others was getting worse and worse, because they realized that their strength had been suppressed by more than 50%. Even the god's steps were being suppressed. It seems that the strongest will of astonishment is about to make his move. An old man sighed and stared solemnly at the will of astonishment, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest. Pure Maiden, I didn't expect that when we meet again, it'll be a time of life and death. It's a pity that I didn't get to see your father. That's a great regret. Back in the day, your father and I roamed the world. How happy it was. Back then you were just a young girl. The old man looked at Whitewater Pure Maiden and said, Fengbua, my father also misses you very much. Empyrean Maiden smiled. She knew all of these people, and was very familiar with them. When she was young, she often followed her father, and watched him rebuke the heavens and earth with these old comrades. These people were the lake gods and river gods, so they naturally had a good relationship with her father. Pure Maiden, where have you been all these years? An old woman asked Whitewater Pure Maiden. In the void of the 9 states, Whitewater Pure Maiden immediately replied, No wonder we couldn't find you. Ever since we reincarnated, we've been looking for your father and you. It turns out that you weren't in the chaos realm. The old woman smiled and nodded. All right, let's stop reminiscing. The strongest will of astonishment is about to make his move. At this moment, the old man who spoke at the beginning solemnly reminded, Don't worry, my lord is already here. If he comes, we'll definitely be able to escape. Whitewater Pure Maiden also knew that the situation was troublesome, but she was still confident. Your lord? Everyone was shocked. Yes, he's the lord I met in the void of the 9 states. Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. They originally thought that it was some powerful god, but it turned out to be from the void of the 9 states. What's his strength? The old woman asked curiously. Although this lord's origin was ordinary, it was possible that he was very powerful. Mid-stage mid-god, Whitewater Pure Maiden said. Hearing this, everyone's face became even more gloomy. This was because there were several late-stage mid-gods present, but they were still helpless. Mid-stage mid-gods were probably cannon fodder. Don't worry, he's not weak. Chapter 4761. Clang. At that moment, the strongest will of shock finally drew its sword. The sword was gray in color, and when it pointed at Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others, it was as if the sky changed color, and space seemed to be sealed. A violent atmosphere enveloped the entire valley, terrifying everyone. Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others' strength was suppressed again, leaving them with only 30% of their strength. With such strength, not to mention the strongest will of shock, even the other wills of shock could easily kill them. A sword light, like a mirror, shone in the eyes of Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others. It was very dazzling, making them feel as if the sky and earth had disappeared, leaving behind only a sword of shock. At that moment, everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and they used all their trump cards. Although they knew it wouldn't be of much help, they didn't want to be like chickens and ducks, waiting to be captured. However, at that moment, a figure came from afar. This person flew over, as if he wasn't afraid of the wills of shock in the millions of mountains. After shooting down like a meteor, his palm slashed down as if it could split the sky and earth. Panga strike break the heavens. Bastard! Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of all the wills of shock in the millions of mountains? In the distance, Yi Bumo and the other gods cursed angrily. One had to know that there was a taboo in the 8th level, and that was to not fly. If one flew, it would awaken the wills of shock in the millions of mountains, and the situation would become even more troublesome, even affecting Yi Bumo and the others. This person, looking at Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others, their pupils were also trembling. Clang. As for the strongest will of shock, his eyes froze, and the sword that was originally aimed at Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others suddenly slashed behind him. He had obviously sensed that someone was coming from behind. Rumble. It seemed slow, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. A sword against a palm in the sky, creating a terrifying storm that swept through all the nearby mountains. However, what was shocking was that the newcomer was actually on par with the will of shock. Impossible, why isn't your strength suppressed? The will of shock also let out a shocked voice. It can affect the power of gods and the steps of gods, but it can't affect the most ancient divine ability. The newcomer seemed to be above the 9 heavens, and he sneered. He was Lin Ling. What powerful strength! Who is this person? Everyone around Whitewater Pure Maiden cried out in alarm, sucking in a breath of cold air. He is my lord. Whitewater Maiden hurriedly said. What? Is he the lord you were talking about? Oh my god, so strong? Maiden Su, are you lying to us? Is he really a mid-stage mid-god with such strength? Hearing Whitewater Pure Maiden's words, The surrounding gods were all dumbfounded. Just what kind of master did Whitewater Pure Girl worship? It was too abnormal. This god can only fight against the strongest will of shock. Let's go help him. Very soon, these gods all cheered excitedly as if they had seen the hope of survival. No need, we'll just take care of these small fries. However, Pure Maiden White shook her head. The 6 gods were astonished. She didn't need help? For a mid-stage mid-god to be able to resist the most powerful will of astonishment, they already felt that it was amazing. Could it be that this god was going to kill his opponent? This was completely impossible. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Demon Vanquishing Cleave. But for Lin Ling, how could it be impossible? It was not as if Lin Ling had not killed this powerful will of astonishment before. The cosmic ray appeared like a great seal, locking onto the strongest will of astonishment, and then cutting him up. What kind of power is this? The will of astonishment let out a loud roar. His strength was comparable to a high god. But after all, he was not a high god. He could not resist Lin Ling's Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Your will of astonishment can weaken God's energy in steps of God. But unfortunately, it can't weaken soul energy. Lin Ling sneered, and the great light ray slashed out, completely annihilating the shocking will. At the same time, Sunrise Old Man and the others also appeared on the ground to help Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others. Of course, they were also shocked. Previously, in the forest, there was also the strongest will of astonishment, but it died in Lin Ling's hands. But at that time, they did not see how Lin Ling killed it. But now they finally saw it. And after seeing it with their own eyes, they felt even more terrified of Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant when he first saw them. It turned out that he had the right to be arrogant. My lord. Seeing Lin Ling holding the gray gas and descending from the sky, Whitewater Pure Maiden immediately shouted in surprise. And her heart was filled with pride. Because to be able to show her lord's strength in front of her father's friends, this made her feel extremely proud. Whitewater Pure Maiden, are you alone? Lin Ling walked towards Whitewater Pure Lady and said with a smile. Yes, God Emperor Zhonggang is not far from me, and is now rushing over. Shengyi, Treasure God Nanwufingyu, and Giant Ghost are on the other side. Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded and said, Thank you for saving my life, senior. At this moment, Bai Shuijin's friends came over and saluted Lin Ling with their hands cupped together. Their expressions were full of awe. Senior, Whitewater Pure Maiden immediately shook her head helplessly. She had always regarded Lin Ling as her immediate superior, but her father's friends called Lin Ling senior. Didn't that mean that Lin Ling was her senior? This seniority was really messed up. Whitewater Pure Maiden, these are your friends. Lin Ling smiled at these gods, then looked at Whitewater Pure Maiden and said. Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded and roughly explained their origins, which made Lin Ling understand. What great strength! I didn't expect that a late-stage mid-god could actually obliterate a king of will. While they were talking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, and then a dozen gods floated down from the distance. The one in the lead was Knight Bumo. Knight Bumo. The faces of Whitewater Pure Maiden's friends changed. They came from the Dao Tower, and naturally recognized Knight Bumo. He was one of the 6 superior gods who had entered the 8 gods' celestial palace. What's so strange about that? You have a superior god, but you hide in the distance and want to reap the benefits. You're really thick-skinned. Lin Ling was not surprised by the appearance of Knight Bumo and his friends. In fact, he had noticed them long ago. And if he remembered correctly, Knight Bumo was a member of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. You've got guts. If you have the ability, tell me your name. Knight Bumo was extremely surprised by Lin Ling. When he was in the void of the 9 continents, he thought that only the other 5 superior gods, the great gods of Spirit Nation, and Taoist Duobao would be worthy of his attention. He didn't expect that there was a powerful minor god hidden here. It was his fault for not noticing it. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Chapter 4762. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Yi Bumo stared coldly at Lin Ling, as if he was pronouncing Lin Ling's death sentence. You've ruined the plans of the 3 holy gates of White Mountain many times. In the Jiuzhou Void, in the Tao Realm, Today, I'll punish you in the name of an ancient god and take your life. You can refuse to accept it, but it's useless." Although Lin Ling's strength surprised Yi Bumo, that was all. If Yi Bumo wanted to kill Lin Ling, he would only need 70% of his strength. Oh no! The expressions of pure Lady Bai Shui and the other gods changed slightly. Yi Bumo, an unparalleled god, was too strong. He wasn't someone they could fight against. If you want to fight, let's fight. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke coldly. The grudge between him and the 3 holy gates of White Mountain couldn't be erased with just a few words. What was to come would come. They have nothing to do with this. Let them leave. Looking at Chengwang Elder and the others, Lin Ling also made a request when he saw their pale faces. "Ha ha ha, what does it have to do with me? As long as I'm with you, I'll die." But who knew that Yi Bumo would laugh loudly and not give them any face? Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold. Although it was the first time he met Yi Bumo, his murderous intent was aroused. "Do you think you can definitely kill us?" Lin Ling spoke again. Suddenly, he pointed into the distance and said, "Open your dog eyes and look." At this moment, a large amount of gray gas rushed into the sky from the millions of mountains. It was vast and mighty, and its power shook the heavens. This was the will of shock. Will of shock, so many wills of shock. The gods beside Yi Bumo all changed their expressions. Yi Bumo was stunned for a moment, and veins appeared on his forehead. Previously, when Lin Ling flew across the sky, it had undoubtedly awakened a large amount of wills of shock. When these wills of shock arrived, even if they could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. Without a doubt, they were cleaning up Lin Ling's mess. "Yi Bumo, let's retreat first," some of the gods said to Knight Bumo, their hearts filled with thoughts of retreating. That's right. There are plenty of opportunities to kill this little god. Lin Ling, Lord Night Demon, is unparalleled in the world. Why bother with this little god? The other gods also spoke up one after another. It could be seen that they were a little scared. "If you want to fight, then come. If you don't dare to fight, then scram. Otherwise, don't be so noisy." As Yi Bumo gritted his teeth, Lin Ling sneered. Originally, Yi Bumo hadn't planned on leaving, as he had felt humiliated by Lin Ling. However, before he could make a decision, Lin Ling had become even more arrogant. Did he really think that he could protect him just because he had the will of shock? "You're really courting death, because the price of completely infuriating me is very, very great," Yi Bumo said word by word. "Do you think that I'll be scared because of those wills of shock? Let me tell you, when those wills of shock arrive, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. After killing you, I'll leave, and those wills of shock may not be able to catch up to me. Everyone listen to my orders. Kill them with all your might. Don't leave a single one alive." "Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, now you know regret. Now you know what kind of existence you've provoked." Yi Bumo laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with ice-cold murderous intent. When the other gods heard this, although they felt that this was too dangerous, Yi Bumo had already decided, so they could only risk their lives to accompany him. However, they also hated Lin Ling to death. This piece of trash had actually put them in a situation where they had a slim chance of survival. "Ha ha ha, Yi Bumo, you're too full of yourself. You still can't kill me." Seeing Yi Bumo's cold smile, Lin Ling no longer hid his methods. He used the last seedling and raised it into the air. "The wills of shock are all bodies of consciousness. You're the strongest one here. When they all move out, they'll definitely kill you first, then kill us. Thank you for blocking the main force of the wills of shock for us." After throwing out the seedling, Lin Ling hurriedly left with Bai Shui and Su Nu. Yi Bumo's pupils constricted. He wanted to stop Lin Ling, but he found a seedling floating over, with an incomparably powerful aura. "What is this?" Yi Bumo was completely shocked. When he was in the void of the 9 continents, he was a latecomer, and did not see Lin Ling use 3 seedlings to kill Emperor Song. He thought that Lin Ling was just a slightly more powerful intermediate god. Now the mysterious seedling floated over. He obviously could not attack Lin Ling, so he could only use all his strength to resist this seedling. This seedling's power was terrifying. It immediately wrapped around Yi Bumo, and crazily absorbed his spirit energy. "Lord Yi Bumo, The other gods all cried out in alarm and frantically tried to help. However, when their attacks landed on the seedling emitted a gentle light and actually blocked a large number of attacks. However, Yi Bumo was stronger than Emperor Song. Moreover, Lin Ling had used 2 seedlings to kill Emperor Song. Now with 1 seedling, it could only injure Yi Bumo, but not kill him. Of course, Lin Ling did not expect the seedling to kill Yi Bumo. He just wanted to stall for time. Now Lin Ling had already led everyone and shot into the distance. Looking at the mighty wills of shock, they actually turned into countless men holding swords and attacked like a storm. Yi Bumo and the others stood where they were and undoubtedly faced more wills of shock. Among them, there were many kings of wills. As for Lin Ling and the others, they also attracted a lot of wills of shock, but it was not as much as Yi Bumo's side. Rumble. At this moment, Yi Bumo finally exploded the seedling. However, just as he escaped danger, he looked around and saw that the dense wills of shock had already surrounded them. IIF*CK. Yi Bumo was stunned for a long time before he finally cursed. Originally, according to his plan, as long as he killed Lin Ling and the others and left immediately, he would be able to escape the encirclement of the wills of shock. However, no matter how much he calculated, he did not expect that Lin Ling would have such a treasure. Boss, what should we do now? The nearby god's face turned pale as well. They knew very well that they wanted to kill the wills of shock and obtain the gray gas. At the same time, the wills of shock also wanted to kill them and obtain the treasures from them. The 2 sides did not have the time to shake hands and make peace. What else can we do? Kill. Yi Bumo roared angrily. He knew that an earth-shattering battle was unavoidable. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. He looked into the distance and roared again, knowing that he had taken the blame for Lin Ling. That's the only way. The gods could only laugh bitterly and fight with all their strength. However, there were too many wills of shock around them. Layer by layer, their strength was continuously suppressed. Your Excellency, how dare you? Since you dared to wake us up, you must be prepared to die. You can be considered the most idiotic group of gods I've ever seen. That's right, you dared to swagger across the sky and attract our attention. I admire your courage. The wills of shock that filled the sky stared at Yi Bumo and the others. Sword light flashed and covered the sky. Chapter 4763. On the other side, Lin Ling and the rest were also facing quite a number of wills of astonishment. Run. Let's see where you can run to. We've already stopped your main force. We can deal with the rest of you small fries. The wills of astonishment that stopped Lin Ling, and the rest clearly did not think much of Lin Ling and the rest. After all, Lin Ling's side had a few mid-stage mid-gods, while Night Bumpkin's side had only late-stage mid-gods and even high gods. It was only natural that they would think that Lin Ling's party was just a small fry. Haha. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. White Water Maiden, Twilight Goddess, and the rest were secretly relieved. They did not expect that being weak was also an advantage. Next, they also unleashed their full strength. Under Lin Ling's lead, they killed the wills of astonishment. This way. Then, Lin Ling hurriedly led the way and ran toward the Temple of Will. He knew that after killing these wills of astonishment, even more wills of astonishment would come. Moreover, he had a feeling that Night Undead could also escape. After all, Night Undead was stronger than him. If he could kill the King of Will, Night Undead could naturally do the same. Swoosh, swoosh. Everyone unleashed their full speed and followed Lin Ling. Along the way, they killed a few more waves of wills of astonishment. Finally, a hazy fog began to appear in front of them. This fog was suspended above a cliff, and the other side of the cliff was full of mystery. However, through the vague outline, one could roughly see the shape of a palace. They had arrived at the Temple of Will. Through Guang Chengzi's introduction, Lin Ling knew that the Temple of Will was one of the 8 gods' harems. It was a place to store treasures, and the flipping sky seal was inside. Treasures. At the thought of treasures, Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. Although so much time had passed, and most of the treasures in the palace might have been weathered, the treasures that were left behind must be extremely precious. Perhaps this could allow Lin Ling to open his 8th dantian, or even increase his cultivation level. Where do you think you're going? When Lin Ling and the others approached the cliff, a loud roar finally came from behind them. Behind him, a blood-red light soared into the sky. His aura was unparalleled, and a figure was already flying over at an unparalleled speed. It was Night Demon. And now, he seemed to be hysterical and completely crazy, flying over from the sky. It was precisely because of this that he was able to catch up to Lin Ling and the others with such speed. And the reason he lost his mind was because the people he brought had all died in the hands of the Will of Shock. As for him, he had to fight 10 Kings of Wills in a row before finally opening up a gap and escaping with his life. After escaping, he went straight for Lin Ling without a doubt. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Not good. Night Demon has caught up. Sensing the powerful aura behind them, the faces of Old Man Chengwang and the others changed drastically. Naturally, they also knew how much Night Demon wanted to kill them after he escaped. Don't worry, we've reached the end. Lin Ling shook his head and came to the edge of the cliff. Then, he formed a complicated barrier with both hands and drew it in the sky. These barriers were taught to him by Guang Qingzi, who had also taught him how to collect the flipping sky seal. Rumble. After the barrier was opened, the dense fog around them dispersed, revealing a winding path. This winding path was made of unknown rocks and was only a meter wide. It connected to the other side of the cliff. Follow me. Without further ado, Lin Ling walked onto the winding path. Everyone was shocked. When did this winding path appear on the cliff? They couldn't care less and hurriedly followed Lin Ling. Walking on the winding path, the entire path was shaking, making everyone feel as if they were going to fall off the cliff at any time. Looking through the winding path, they saw that the bottom was densely packed with human heads, and all of them seemed to be filled with the Will of Shock. Heavens! If a late-stage high god were to fall off the cliff, even a late-stage high god would perish here. Lin Ling, the Will of Shock at the bottom of the cliff won't rush up, right? Old Man Chengwang asked with a bitter smile. Well, I don't think so. Lin Ling shook his head because he really didn't know. However, he didn't think so. After all, if there really was danger, Guang Qingzi wouldn't have let him collect the flipping sky seal. Shouldn't. Old Man Chengwang and the others almost fainted. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Ling actually said should. This meant that even he wasn't sure. This time, the bitter smiles on Old Man Chengwang and the others' faces became even more bitter. But now that things had come to this, they could only follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Looking behind them, Night Demon had also arrived. When he saw Lin Ling and the others walking on the cliff, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, he secretly mocked Lin Ling and the others for being idiots. Instead of flying, they walked. He wanted to grab them from the sky like a big bird. However, just as he got close to the cliff, the dense fog engulfed him. A terrifying wave made him subconsciously stop and land on the ground. His forehead was now full of cold sweat. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he flew across the sky, the dense fog would take his life and turn him into dust. No wonder Lin Ling and the others didn't dare to fly over the cliff but walked. At this moment, the anger in Night Demon's heart burned again. Previously, he had mocked Lin Ling and the others for being idiots. Now it seemed that he was the idiot. So what if we walk? Where do you think we're going? Night Demon looked behind him and saw a large number of Wills of Shock chasing after them. This made him know that he had to immediately kill Lin Ling and the others and leave this place. He wanted to follow Lin Ling and the others and step onto the winding path. However, just as his feet touched the winding path, the rock under his feet disappeared as if it was an illusion. Night Demon almost lost his balance and fell off the cliff. During this process, he finally saw that under the pitch-black cliff, there was a large number of Wills of Shock. There were even more Wills of Shock than those that had surrounded him before. Chi-chi. Night Demon sucked in a breath of cold air, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, he had stopped at the critical moment, otherwise he would have fallen off the cliff. Lin Ling, you. Then, Night Demon looked at Lin Ling and the others who were walking on the cliff, and was so angry that his whole body trembled. Now he couldn't fly or walk. This meant that he could only watch Lin Ling and the others leave. This also meant that he had chased after them for nothing. Previously, he had used all his strength and didn't hesitate to attract more wills of shock. He flew from the sky in order to catch Lin Ling and torture him to death. However, Lin Ling had slipped away right under his nose. What welcomed him was only endless wills of shock. Lin Ling, even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will definitely kill you in this life. Night Demon was at the edge of the cliff and roared into the sky. Ever since he had become a superior deity, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. Chapter 4764. Sir, let's see how you're going to escape. While Yi Bumo was going crazy, a large number of shock wills finally caught up from behind. Clang! Swords were pointed at Yi Bumo from afar. Among them, there were many kings of will. Yi Bumo's strength was crazily suppressed, and his face was pale. Did he have to clean up Lin Ling's mess again? Are you stupid? It's that kid, it's that kid. Yi Bumo pointed at Lin Ling and the others in the distance. The kings of will also stared at Lin Ling and the others who were walking on the cliff. One of the kings of will said, "We already know that the god who first awakened us was that young man. We must kill him, because he dared to play tricks on us. This is a provocation to all of our will of shock. Will. However, killing him is our business. Now you'd better take care of yourself." Hearing this, Yi Bumo suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Then why don't you kill him now? When are you going to wait?" "Idiot, that's the temple of will. No one can step in, not even us." The king of will said coldly, F***ck. Yi Bumo was stunned for a moment, then cursed again. Today he had cursed twice in a row. "Let's fight." Of course, Yi Bumo also knew that life and death were at this moment, so he no longer hid his methods. He burned his life force and used all his strength to resist the shock wills in an attempt to break out of the encirclement and escape. Rumble! At the edge of the cliff, an earth-shattering battle broke out. At this moment, under the cliff, countless shock wills raised their heads, and their emotionless eyes flickered with a strange light. Then they began to talk faintly. At the top of their heads, Lin Ling and the others were still carefully moving forward, but their foreheads were already covered in cold sweat. Below their feet were all shock wills, and they seemed to have awakened. If they wanted to attack them, they were on the cliff and would have no power to fight back. In fact, even Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. As long as it did not exceed 100, Lin Ling was not afraid of one shocking will, or even 10. But there were more than 100 shock wills below the cliff. But what he found inconceivable was that they continued moving forward, and the shock wills below the cliff ignored them. Lin Ling did not know that the shock wills below the cliff could not see Lin and the others. They could not even detect their auras. All of this was because of that narrow and winding path. After a long while, Lin Ling and the rest finally reached the other side of the cliff. Then they all looked back. On the opposite cliff, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. That power pierced through the heavens and earth, destroying everything in its path. Yi Bumo is indeed strong. Lin Ling's eyes was to be to the end's wills. At this point in the battle, Yi Bumo still hadn't died. Moreover, if this continued, Yi Bumo would probably be able to escape again. Compared to King Songdi and the others, Yi Bumo's strength was undoubtedly more than double. If Lin Ling hadn't walked towards the Temple of Will and met the Whitewater Pure Maiden, he wouldn't have been able to escape Knight Bumo's clutches. Let's go into the Will's Temple. After watching for a long time, Lin Ling said to the others. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They could finally relax after arriving at the Will's Temple. Perhaps this was the only safe place on the 8th level. The 8th level of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace seemed simple, but the hidden danger was the most obvious. There were countless experts here. Everyone followed Lin Ling. Then, they saw that the Will's Temple was magnificent, but it was also silent. It was as if it had been here for thousands of years. The Will's Temple had a door covered in dust. Lin Ling stood in front of the door quietly. He formed a barrier with both hands. Then, a cloud of dust covered the door, and the door slowly opened. To everyone's surprise, it was bright inside the door. There were god stones hanging all around, illuminating the Will's Temple. The floor of the hall was filled with treasures. There were chaos treasures, and all kinds of divine weapons. In addition, there were rare divine herbs and flowers planted on the ground. They took root and sprouted, filling the air with endless spiritual qi. All of them are treasures? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one expected that there would be such treasures in the Will's Temple. That is the divine pesticide grass. It is said that the divine pesticide grass was touched by the divine farmer ruler in ancient times, and it grew from there. By Jinting's turtle wave, turned into a turtle after 3 million years. It traveled through the universe, turned into a wave after 3 million years, and remained dormant. Heavens, this is a legendary treasure. Who is the owner of this Will's Temple? Why are all kinds of treasures from ancient times here? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Not only Sunrise Elder, but even the gods following Whitewater Goddess, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. 8 gods. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Guang Qingzi had given him a good opportunity. Well, Lin Ling, can we take these treasures? The goddess of dawn had found a treasure suitable for her. She couldn't help but ask. We don't need much. 10% of the treasures will be enough. 10%. This was also a number that could not be underestimated. Putting everything else aside, just one of the treasures here was enough to exchange for tens of thousands of Dao Realm fragments. You guys can take 30%. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then smiled and said. Although he was not familiar with these people, Lin Ling had always been generous to his friends. Since they had gone through thick and thin together, he would give them a share. Wow, you are too generous. How about my daughter, the goddess of dawn? Do you want her? Sunrise Elder was stunned. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. He wanted to introduce his daughter to Lin Ling. Father, the goddess of dawn blushed and hurriedly scolded. Ha ha ha, how many daughters do you have? I will take them all. Lin Ling was in a good mood and joked. It was just a casual sentence, but it made the goddess of dawn's heart beat wildly. She had followed Lin Ling to this palace and witnessed Lin Ling's various miracles. She had long worshipped Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling's character was good, which made her even more attracted to Lin Ling. After joking, Lin Ling asked Whitewater Goddess to gather the treasures for Lei Gong and the others. Then, he walked up to the second floor. There were many rooms on the second floor. According to Guang Qingzi's introduction, treasures that could be placed in a room were the real treasures. As for the flipping sky seal, it was lying in one of the rooms on the second floor. Chapter 4765. Stepping onto the second floor, Lin Ling looked around and realized that the floor was mottled and covered in dust. No one had been here for many years. Beside the corridor on the second floor, more than a dozen secret rooms appeared. They were all sealed with iron doors, and iron locks were hanging on the rusty iron doors. Secret rooms? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He knew very well that the flipping sky seal was in one of the secret rooms. The treasures in the secret rooms that could be in the same room as the flipping sky seal were probably extremely extraordinary. Licking his lips, Lin Ling hurried to the first secret room. However, when he dared to approach it, the iron lock shot out a bolt of divine lightning that penetrated Lin Ling's body. Not only did Lin Ling's body tremble, but even his soul was trembling. What a powerful divine lightning! Lin Ling gasped. He couldn't get close to this secret room at all. Looking through the gap in the secret room, Lin Ling could see a man hanging in the middle of the room. The man's limbs were tied up in chains, and his stomach had been cut off by a knife. However, there was a large number of lightning snakes lingering around the cut. It was terrifying. Was this man a human, a god, or a treasure? Lin Ling quietly retreated and didn't dare to approach the secret room again. He had a feeling that he couldn't get the treasures in the secret room at all. Then, Lin Ling walked to the second secret room. Before he got close, an icy chill hit him in the face, causing frost to appear on Lin Ling's body. Looking at the iron door again, it was now full of water beads. It was as if an ice universe was sealed inside. I can't get close to this secret room. Lin Ling shook his head and left with a frown. He sighed in his heart. He had returned empty-handed from 2 secret rooms in a row. Even if there were great treasures, he could see them but couldn't touch them. It was really depressing. The third secret room looked very ordinary. However, when Lin Ling looked through the gap, he immediately felt that the world was suppressing him. It was as if several eras had come. At this moment it was difficult to breathe. It was so difficult that Lin Ling couldn't even move an inch. He could neither advance nor retreat. However, Lin Ling looked through the gap in the door and vaguely saw a square imperial jade seal hanging in the middle of the secret chamber, exuding a breathtaking pressure. Flipping sky seal. With just a glance, Lin Ling was overjoyed. He hurriedly unleashed a barrier and continuously slapped it on the iron door. With each slap, the suppressive feeling of heaven and earth quietly weakened and gradually became undetectable. This was the method that Guangqingzi had taught him. It was the method to collect the flipping sky seal. Fortunately, Guangqingzi told me the method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get close to the iron gate. My life would have been in danger. Lin Ling said in shock. This heaven-flipping seal was even more terrifying than the previous chamber. Once he got close, he wouldn't be able to escape. Undo it. After continuously creating barriers, Lin Ling's palm suddenly slammed on the iron door. With a gotcha sound, the iron lock fell, and the iron door slowly opened. Rumble. An ancient aura gushed out. It was so ancient that Lin Ling felt as if he had heard the song of the gods. Lin Ling took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He saw that the secret chamber was like a world of its own. The flipping sky seal was suspended in mid-air, constantly circling and emitting a jade-like light. This flipping sky seal was like an imperial jade seal. It was square in shape, and every side was carved with dragon and tiger statues. It was very domineering. Moreover, as if it had sensed Lin Ling's arrival, this powerful chaotic divine artifact suddenly came to suppress Lin Ling, wanting to kill him. Keep it. Lin Ling seemed to have transformed into Guangqingzi. His left hand kept creating barriers, and his right hand suddenly pointed to the sky. With this point, the huge flipping sky seal began to shrink and gradually became the size of a palm. Then, it floated in Lin Ling's palm. To Lin Ling's surprise, the flipping sky seal wasn't heavy. Instead, it was extremely light. Flipping world technique. After looking carefully for a while, Lin Ling created barriers again. Then, he spat out a mouthful of divine origin at the flipping sky seal. After this divine origin landed on the flipping sky seal, the whole flipping sky seal floated and circled continuously, as if it was going to suppress the heavens and the earth. This was also the most basic way to control the flipping sky seal. Of course, this was also taught by Guangqingzi. Although it was only a basic way to control it, Lin Ling sensed the terrifying power hidden in it. It would be easy to kill a high-level deity. With this flipping sky seal, Lin Ling no longer had to worry about the trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, to control the flipping sky seal, it spits out a lot of divine origin. Although it was only a mouthful of divine origin, it was 30% of the power in one of Lin Ling's dantians. After all, although the flipping sky seal didn't look big, it was a universe of its own. The power it required was definitely not small. Keep. After the basic way to control it, Lin Ling put away the flipping sky seal. After looking at the secret chamber, he turned and left. Lin Ling wasn't surprised that he had to collect the flipping sky seal. However, he didn't intend to stop there. He wanted to see if he could get any opportunities in the remaining secret chambers. Before he even got close to the fourth secret chamber, a fierce sword essence surged over, as if it was going to cut the heavens and the earth and split the universe. At this moment, it was as if it had met the Emperor's divine sword was dormant. The protection of this secret chamber is probably only slightly weaker than the flipping sky seal. It's a pity that it's not something I can collect. Lin Ling sighed and walked to the next secret chamber. However, this secret chamber was also extraordinary. As soon as he got close, the Buddhist mantra rushed into his heart, as if to suppress Lin Ling's soul. Damn it, none of the treasures are easy to get. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. He could see it but couldn't get it. This feeling was extremely torturous. Next, Lin Ling kept checking the secret chambers. Unfortunately, he still couldn't get close to the last secret chamber. Just as Lin Ling was about to give up, they arrived at the last secret room. This secret room was even more terrifying. As they approached, a terrifying murderous aura surged toward them. It was as if the murderous aura was about to swallow them whole. Murderous aura. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword behind him became restless. The murderous aura seemed to have awakened the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling tentatively took a step forward and found that although the murderous aura was terrifying, it couldn't affect him. This also allowed Lin Ling to get closer to the iron door. When he arrived in front of the iron door, the iron lock on the iron door fell, and the door slowly opened. A substantial murderous aura rushed over, corroding the ground and leaving thousands of holes. It was very terrifying. Amidst the murderous aura, the grim demons held their blades and slashed at Lin Ling. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword floated out and a sea of blood surged out, enveloping Lin Ling. It actually left Lin Ling safe and sound. Steps of killing. Lin Ling shouted and suddenly held the tyrannical song sword in the sea of blood. He slashed out fiercely. Under this, all the grim demons were cut in half and turned into ashes. Chapter 4766. What's going on? Everyone lifted their heads, their expressions extremely solemn. They had a feeling that the second floor had awakened the universe of slaughter, capable of killing countless gods. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had stepped into the secret chamber, scanned his surroundings. This was no longer the secret chamber. Countless demons floated in the sky, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they stared at Lin Ling kill. The demons' murderous intent surged as they immediately pounced on Lin Ling, intending to kill Lin Ling. What kind of treasure is hidden in this secret chamber? Lin Ling frowned as he looked around. However, he could only see countless demons charging at him. There were no treasures at all. The demons' goal was to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling couldn't care less. He raised the tyrant song and slashed horizontally. Rumble! The ferocious sea of blood surged and swept towards the demons. Those demons couldn't withstand Lin Ling's slash, and were sliced in half. Splash! A large number of corpses were sucked into the sea of blood. As the sea of blood churned, it was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling took a step forward. Just as he was about to move forward, more demons appeared in front of him and charged at Lin Ling. Although I don't know what you are, since you want to kill me, Lin Ling, then pay with your lives. Lin Ling growled as murderous intent surged in his eyes. The steps of slaughter, and his will that were hidden in his body, burst out majestically at this moment. One slash to kill millions of demons. One slash to kill millions of demons. However, after the demons, the gods came out of the mountains. Kill! They all pounced on Lin Ling, wanting to kill him as soon as possible. There's no end to this. Kill! This time, Lin Ling took the initiative to charge forward. Bloodlight surged as he slashed continuously. One slash to kill millions of gods. However, this was not the end. After the 10 million gods, countless demons and devils appeared and joined forces with the gods to kill Lin Ling. How could a mere chamber hide so many demons and gods? This made Lin Ling suspect that everything was just an illusion. However, every time the sword slashed out, the killing intent was so real, so real. It was as if these demons and gods were real. Impossible. What is hidden here? The more Lin Ling killed, the more shocked he became. He had already lost count of how many people he had killed. He had even killed to the point that his hands were getting soft. However, the number of enemies in front of them did not decrease at all. When ordinary people reached this stage of killing, their eyes would have already turned red from the killing. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not. His mind was still clear, and he knew why he had killed him. The main reason was that Lin Ling had killed countless people in his life. He was no longer crazy about killing. In addition, he had the Tyrant Song sword with him. He knew why to kill, and he would not fall into the killing path. He was obsessed with the killing path, and this killing seemed to have lasted for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling's body was already dyed red with blood. The sea of blood behind him was filled with corpses. It was no longer a sea of blood, but a sea of corpses. Because he had killed too many, the sea of blood could no longer contain any more corpses. Kill. However, this was not the end. This time, countless demons and divine beasts moved out. These demons and divine beasts merged into the gods and demons. They killed decisively, and their killing intent was monstrous. After the demons and divine beasts, countless mortals raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. Then they charged over like locusts. The mortals were also moving out. This killing was enough to destroy the universe. Although I don't know what happened, I can only kill now. Lin Ling roared at the sky. He gripped the Tyrant Song sword tightly and charged over crazily. One sword, 1 billion lives. One sword, 10 billion lives. In the end, Lin Ling was already exhausted from killing. However, when he raised his head, the distance was still filled with people. There were probably no less than 100 billion lives. All of them wanted to kill Lin Ling. Flipping Sky Seal. Lin Ling roared and activated the Flipping Sky Seal to suppress them. This was also the first time he used the Flipping Sky Seal to attack an enemy. The Flipping Sky Seal specialized in smashing people's heads. Even a superior god would not be able to withstand it. Any god's power and steps were useless. They could not withstand the suppression of the Flipping Sky Seal. Boom. This smash shook heaven and earth. Countless lives were turned into meat patties. The path ahead was clear for the first time. Of course, during this process, many lives were born again and charged at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also saw a flaw. It turned out that if he wanted to move forward, he had to kill the lives before they were born. As long as he was faster than the speed of the lives being born, he would be able to see the end of this secret chamber. Using the Tyrant Song sword to kill is a little slow. I might as well use the Flipping Sky Seal. However, the Flipping Sky Seal consumes too much divine essence. If I can't kill all the lives before my divine essence is exhausted, I might die here. Lin Ling was deep in thought. His eyes were burning. The Tyrant Song sword allowed him to enter the secret chamber. However, if he wanted to find the treasure in the secret chamber, he could only rely on the Flipping Sky Seal. Kill. Without further ado, Lin Ling activated his divine essence and poured it into the Flipping Sky Seal to suppress the enemies. Swoosh. Endless blood and flesh spewed out. The lives were all crushed into meat patties by the Flipping Sky Seal. The path ahead was cleared again. Of course, during this process, countless lives were born again. The speed was also extremely fast. Kill. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. When a part of the lives were born, the Flipping Sky Seal suppressed them again. Just like that, Lin Ling killed as he moved forward. He was getting closer to the end of the secret chamber. Lin Ling had 7 dantians and could provide an endless supply of divine essence. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. Of course, Lin Ling's current situation was not good. When he had 7 dantians, he could only hold on for a longer time. The recovery of divine essence could not keep up with the speed of consumption. Time passed quietly just like that. When Lin Ling himself did not know how many people he had killed, his divine essence was finally exhausted. This also made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He did not expect that the day he killed the most people in his life would actually be this day. However, the countless lives that had just been born in front of him froze at this moment. Among these lives, a light quietly flashed and became brighter and brighter, forming an extremely mysterious force. This force seemed to be the Tao of killing, but it also seemed to be the Tao of sacrifice. After it appeared, all the lives seemed to disappear. A cloud mother quietly floated in the sky, giving people a very peaceful feeling. Eternal Killer Mother. This was one of the most ancient treasures in the ancient era. It was born when heaven and earth were split apart. After several eras and countless universes, every time a life fell, it would absorb a bit of killing intent. After countless years, it finally grew into a cloud mother. In fact, this was also the most primitive killing intent that had undergone countless transformations. Chapter 4767. Moreover, after Lin Ling's killing, the ancient Cloud Mother did not do anything to Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was one of its kind. This also allowed Lin Ling to easily hold the treasure in his hand. Almost at the same time, the tyrannical singing sword suddenly floated out and collided with the ancient Cloud Mother. Finally, it disappeared into the ancient Cloud Mother. What's going on? The tyrannical singing sword disappeared? Lin Ling frowned. He had no idea what was going on. He stretched out his hand and held the ancient Killer Mother in his hand. He looked carefully and found that the ancient Killer Mother had the aura of the tyrannical singing sword. Until now, he did not know whether the ancient Killer Mother had become the tyrannical singing sword, or the tyrannical singing sword had become the ancient Killer Mother. Shaking his head, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and recovered the divine origin that he had consumed earlier. After a long time, Lin Ling checked the ancient Killer Mother and found that there were no special changes. It seemed that it was still devouring the tyrannical singing sword. Lin Ling sighed softly and left the secret room. Then, he looked at the other secret rooms and shook his head helplessly. Although there were countless treasures in the other secret rooms, it was obvious that Lin Ling could not obtain them. Walking down to the second floor, Lin Ling found that the treasures in the hall had been plundered. Some of them were cultivating, some were counting the treasures, and all of them looked very happy. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling walk down, everyone looked up with smiles on their faces. It seems that everyone has a good harvest. Lin Ling nodded and immediately smiled. White Water Goddess walked over and handed a brocade pouch to Lin Ling and said, "Everyone took 10% of the treasures. The remaining 90% is inside." Although they only took 10%, it was a great harvest, so everyone was naturally happy. Lin Ling took the brocade pouch. After carefully inspecting it, he could not help but be shocked, because the number of treasures within the pouch had exceeded his imagination. It seemed like the treasures he'd seen earlier were merely the tip of the iceberg, and there were still treasures hidden within the hall on the first floor that even he didn't know about. But now he had enough treasures. In addition to the rewards from Master Guangcheng, Lin Ling was confident that he could open his 8th Dantian and completely slaughter his way into the Tao Pagoda. Moreover, he could now greatly increase his strength and step into the late stage of the mid-level deity stage. Previously, he had killed decisively in the secret chamber, because he was constantly familiarizing himself with the flipping sky seal. He knew that if he wanted to control this heaven-defying treasure, his divine essence was indispensable. Therefore, if he advanced to a higher realm, he could control the flipping sky seal for a longer period of time. Furthermore, the heaven flipping seal only consumed his divine essence. Lin Ling's corporeal body and soul force were both present. His strongest trump card, the universe's 3 extremes destruction, and the Panga's strike could still be used. This meant that as long as Lin Ling could break through, the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace would most likely be invincible. After that, Lin Ling instructed everyone. He immediately sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of treasures, and refined them on the spot. Treasures flew out one after another, emitting colorful mist. They were magnificent, and rich spiritual qi covered the entire hall on the first floor. These treasures were left behind from ancient times. To be able to survive until now, how could the spiritual qi they contained be weak? After all, many of the divine grasses here were not dead objects, but were planted on the first floor. Lord Lin Ling is finally going to break through. Whitewater Pure Maiden looked at Lin Ling sitting cross-legged, and her heart was inexplicably excited. Lin Ling was still a mid-stage mid-level deity, but he could already fight against a high-level deity. If he reached the late stage of the mid-level deity stage, what kind of limit would his strength reach? Wow, Lin Ling's breakthrough seems different from others. I saw him continuously consume hundreds of divine grasses, and those are Shinnon grass. They are incomparably precious. Generally speaking, 50 of them are enough to break through. Not only that, he has already consumed 200 of them. Is this guy's stomach a bottomless pit? No wonder his strength is so strong. Even the treasures he needs to break through are 10 times more than others. Old man Chengwang and the rest stared at Lin Ling. They originally wanted to see how much his strength would increase after Lin Ling broke through. But this breakthrough was something they had been waiting for a long time. Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling consume countless treasures. This made them even more curious about Lin Ling. Time passed quietly like this. Finally, at a certain moment, a powerful aura erupted, as though a god had arrived. This aura was so strong that it did not seem like the aura of a late-stage mid-level deity, but more like the strength of a high-level deity. And this was the benefit of cultivating 7 danshans at the same time. Once a breakthrough was made, one's strength would increase exponentially. Lord Lin Ling, you broke through. After Lin Ling's aura gradually subsided, Pure Lady White excitedly walked up to him. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were slightly closed as he sensed the changes brought about by his strength. After a while he finally opened his eyes. There was a smile in his eyes, and there was a strong sense of confidence. The breakthrough this time was a matter of course. Moreover, because he cultivated 7 danshans at the same time, all of his domains had been greatly improved. If I let my doppelganger return, I'm afraid that the realm I just broke through will immediately stabilize. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then he looked at Pure Lady White and said, I've finally broken through. Now we can leave this Temple of Will and find Giant Ghost and the rest. We can leave now. That's great. Yi Bumo is probably still alive. He probably wants to kill us as soon as possible. But now that Lin Ling has broken through, there's no need to fear him. Let's go, let's leave this place. Everyone was incomparably happy. Under Lin Ling's lead, they finally left the Temple of Will. Outside the Will Divine Palace, everything had returned to normal. Dense fog covered the entire sky above the cliff, and on the other side of the cliff, it was completely silent. The terrifying battle of wills from the last time had disappeared, as if it had never happened. Yi Bumo is probably still alive, but if he meets me again, I'll kill him. Looking at the other side of the cliff, Lin Ling laughed coldly. Then, he formed a boundary with both hands, forming a winding path that led to the other side of the cliff. Everyone climbed up the winding path one after another. After a long time, they reached the other side of the cliff. When they looked back at the Temple of Will, they all felt as if they had survived a disaster. Pure Lady White, have you found Giant Ghost? At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Pure Lady White and asked, I have, but they're still far away from us. It could even be said that they haven't taken a single step forward. They've been trapped in a certain place. I think they're in trouble. As for Emperor God Zhonggang, he's been looking for us. Now he's in the vicinity. Pure Lady White looked at the voice transmission Jade Talisman and continued to speak. Okay, then let's find Emperor God Zhonggang first. Then, we'll go find Giant Ghost together. Lin Ling decided. Emperor God Zhonggang was in the vicinity anyway. It wouldn't take much time. Lin Ling, we'll go with you. Old man Chen Guang and the others said without hesitation. They had benefited a lot from following Lin Ling throughout the entire process. They had done nothing. Instead, Lin Ling had saved them several times. Now they naturally wanted to repay Lin Ling. Chapter 4768. At this moment, the eastern part of the 8th floor was where most of the gods had gathered. This was because there was a gigantic temple here. It was majestic with 18 ancient stone pillars erected. Each pillar was incomparably large. Although many of them had cracks, it didn't stop people from staring inside the temple. The temple was hundreds of meters wide, and several stone tablets could be seen inside. Stone tablets. This was also the reason why the deities' gazes were burning, and their emotions were stirred up. Those stone tablets might have records of the world will hosts, and that was why they were here. All the gods in the Chaos Realm wanted to know who the 8th world will host was. This was because most of the gods had experienced reincarnation, and were once killed by the world will. Thus, they were very curious as to who the next host body of the world will would be. It was said that the later the host body of the world will appeared, the greater its potential, and it could change an era. Moreover, if they knew who the world will host was, they would receive endless rewards. Finally found it. But there's a 5-colored light screen outside the temple, preventing us from entering. Perhaps only a high god has the power to open it. The will of shock hasn't appeared yet. We have to get the tablet and leave. I heard that the poison ants have appeared. Damn it, the longer we wait, the more troublesome it will be. But a minor god went in before, so strange. The gods in the surroundings were discussing spiritedly. Several figures were standing in front of the temple. It was Namwufingyu and Saint Yi. At this moment, their faces were filled with anxiety. This was because more and more gods were gathering around them. If they waited for the high gods to show up, things would become troublesome. But what made them helpless was that the giant ghost had already entered the temple. They knew about the giant ghost's origin. It was the other side of the 8 gods, so it was normal for it to be able to enter the temple. But couldn't it come out sooner? I'm coming out. At this moment, a figure flickered out of the 5-colored light curtain behind them, and slowly arrived in front of Saint Guy and the others. A terrifying aura silently spread out. The giant ghost seemed to have turned into a stone statue, and its skin became incomparably gray. The giant ghost had a fiendish appearance to begin with, like a yiksha. Now that it had turned into a stone statue, it gave people the feeling that it was an evil ghost. What a powerful aura! Could it be that the giant ghost has reached the level of a high god? Shengi's eyes widened in disbelief. Before entering the divine temple, the giant ghost only had the strength of an early-stage mid-god. Now that he had come out, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Saint Guy had been to the primal chaos realm before, but this was the first time he had seen a god with such a huge increase in strength. Even Lin Ling did not have this kind of progress. Giant ghost you, treasure god Namwufingyu also looked at the giant ghost in shock. The giant ghost nodded, and the terrifying aura around its body disappeared. It returned to its original appearance, no longer like a rock. We can't leave. We have to stop anyone from entering the temple. The giant ghost looked at the gods around it and said, "What?" Shengyi and treasure god Namwufingyu were dumbfounded. They also saw that the surrounding gods wanted nothing more than to enter the temple. Moreover, they had also come for the stone tablet recorded by the will of the world. How could they be stopped from entering? Moreover, this was too domineering. Why? Shengyi frowned. Treasure god Namwufingyu thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Giant ghost, do you know who the host of the 8th will of the world is?" The giant ghost's eyes continued to flicker, as if it felt that this matter was of great importance, but it still nodded in the end. "I already know. That's why I have to stop them." "I see. But with just the 3 of us, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Shengyi was confused, but he trusted the giant ghost, so he decided to help. Although the temple is empty, the only way to enter is through this path in front of us. Moreover, I can sense that the will of shock is on its way. Most importantly, the poison ant is also coming. This means that we only need to hold on for a while, and then this place will become a forbidden area. Once it gets closer, these gods will have to leave, said the giant ghost. Although I don't know why you have to stop them. We are all from Lei Gong's palace. We will definitely support your decision. I'm afraid it will be a tough battle, but Lord Lin Ling is also on his way. Perhaps everything will turn for the better. Shengyi and treasure god Namwufingyu both said, "Lord Lin Ling." The giant ghost's eyes suddenly looked into the distance, a strange emotion flickering in them. However, he was even more determined to defend the temple. Hey, you're the first to enter the temple. What's on the stone tablet inside? Also, who is the host of the eighth will of the world? At this moment, all the gods were looking at the giant ghost's group, and one of them asked coldly. They hadn't realized that the giant ghost had already reached the strength of a high god. They were just curious that a minor god could enter the temple. This was too strange. But it was also good. If they could find out what was on the stone tablet from this minor god, they wouldn't have to waste time here. After all, they knew that the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. It's them. However, not all the gods dared to underestimate the giant ghost's group. Some came from the primal chaos realm and had seen Lin Ling kill a high god. They knew that these minor gods weren't weak. I didn't see them. The giant ghost immediately said. Treasure god Nanwufingyu sighed. What they needed to do now was stall for time. So they had to find some excuses to deal with this matter. They had to stall for as long as possible. But who knew that the giant ghost wasn't cunning enough, and actually said that he didn't see them? Everyone had seen him enter the temple, but he said that he didn't know. Wasn't this provoking the gods? Alright, do you think we're blind? If you don't say it, then don't blame me for being impolite. As expected, the gods were furious. Although the gods who knew about Lin Ling were somewhat apprehensive, they were already very close to their goal, so they decided to attack the giant ghost's group. Most importantly, although Lin Ling was terrifying, the giant ghost's group was nothing to worry about. I don't know how powerful your impoliteness is, so I'll have to trouble you to explain. The giant ghost said coldly. After becoming a high god, he had an innate disdain for mid-gods. Of course, his words had also caused the situation to reach a climax. A great battle was about to break out. Shengyi and treasure god Nanwufingyu looked at each other and sighed. The giant ghost's personality was like this. He had a fiery temper and an evil spirit. He didn't know how to beat around the bush. Chapter 4769. Grandpa Treasure God, I'll have to trouble you. Shengyi immediately said to treasure god Nanwufingyu, stopping the giant ghost from attacking. If the giant ghost attacked, the other gods would attack as well. After all, their goal was to stall for time. Alright, treasure god Nanwufingyu floated out, unleashing the power of wind and rain. He was an early-stage mid-god, but his realm was stable. His divine energy was also extremely powerful. For a moment it was hard to tell who would win. Treasure god Nanwufingyu could be proud that his opponent was a late-stage mid-god. Something's not right. These people aren't that weak. Why would they let such a weak old man fight? The gods from the primal chaos realm frowned. They had seen Shengyi's strength and knew that he was the most terrifying. Who knows how long it'll take for two weak gods to fight? Let's do it. They spoke one after another. Without hesitation, gods flew out from their side and grabbed treasure god Nanwufingyu. In their eyes, it wasn't a bad idea to take treasure god Nanwufingyu hostage. After all, they didn't want to stay here for too long. It's my turn. Shengyi cursed inwardly. He didn't expect the delay to be so short. Then, he activated the Donghuang bell and attacked the gods that pounced at him. As soon as the Donghuang bell appeared, the sky changed color. The gods from the Dao Tower finally knew how powerful Shengyi was. The Donghuang Tai clan. Heavens, a great treasure, a great treasure. It's the most powerful chaos divine artifact. Such a treasure is in the hands of a mid-god. Damn it! Not only were the gods shocked, but they also licked their lips. They wanted nothing more than to take the treasure for themselves. Of course, they also knew that such a great treasure was difficult to control without bloodline power. Although they were envious, they didn't dare to act rashly. For a junior like you to control the Donghuang bell, you're an embarrassment to the era god. An old man floated up and activated his divine bell to clash with the Donghuang bell. You overestimate yourself. Shengyi sneered. He pointed two fingers at the sky and controlled the Donghuang bell to clash with the divine bell. Dong! A deafening sound was heard. Under the impact of the Donghuang bell, the old man's divine bell immediately shattered, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. As a late-stage mid-god, he was confident that he could defeat Shengyi. But after clashing with Shengyi, He realized that the Donghuang Bell was the most powerful chaos divine artifact. Only the gods from the primal chaos realm knew that late-stage mid-gods were no match for Saint Guy, unless they used numbers to overwhelm him. Everyone, let's work together. After all, the longer we stay here, the more danger we'll be in. If the poison diagram ants come, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. A skinny god shouted, "Kill!" After exchanging glances, the deities attacked again. Treasure God Grandpa, seeing that everyone was working together, Shengyi immediately shouted and summoned Nanwufinyu back. He then activated the Eastern Emperor Bell, and it descended from the sky, enveloping the three of them. The current Shengyi was no longer the same as before. Ever since his defeat in the valley, his strength had greatly increased. Although Han Shua wasn't 100% sure that he could win against late-stage mid-gods, he could still defend against their attacks for a short period of time. Rumble! The Donghuang Bell smashed down. It was as huge as a mountain, and its entire body was like crystal. All the attacks that landed on the bell actually bounced back. On top of the Donghuang Bell, a door slowly opened. It was the door to the heavenly realm, and all the attacks were sucked into the door. Damn it! The deities were stunned, and they cursed angrily. The 10 great chaos divine artifacts were too powerful. One must know that if this bell was in the hands of a high god, they would be invincible among the high gods. Everyone give it your all. The deities didn't believe it, and all of them unleashed their divine energy to attack the Donghuang Bell. This attracted the attention of countless wills of shock. But now that things had come to this, the deities couldn't care less. These deities from the 9 prefectures void are truly terrifying. First, there was Lin Ling who killed a high god, and now there's the Donghuang Bell, invincible among late-stage mid-gods. TSK, where did they come from? The deities from the primal chaos realm exclaimed in shock, Donghuang Bell. But at this moment, a white divine armor warship glided over the ground. It looked huge, but it was extremely agile. It was like a fish among a million mountains, and finally, it crashed into the Donghuang Bell. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the Donghuang Bell, and Saint Guy and the others inside the bell were shocked. A huge divine ship appeared in front of them. There was an ancient sail on it, and the word Chang Yuan was embroidered on it. This was Governor Chang Yuan, an expert from the Dao Tower. He was also one of the high gods. I didn't expect that in this trip to the 8 gods' celestial palace, apart from the high gods, the rest of you would be so strong. On the divine armor warship, Governor Chang Yuan was wearing battle armor and holding a huge sword. He looked majestic, and around him, the void cracked and turned into solid cracks. It was a terrifying sight. Then he suddenly leaped up, controlled the huge divine ship, and crashed into the Donghuang Bell again. This divine ship was a 9th grade chaos divine artifact. It had accompanied Governor Chang Yuan for many years, and it was extremely famous in the Dao Tower. Not good. Saint Guy was still weak against a high god. Let me do it, the giant ghost said to Saint Guy. Saint Guy nodded, raised the Donghuang Bell, and let the giant ghost fight. The giant ghost walked out step by step. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but he was like an evil spirit descending. All the gods who stared at him were frightened, and they felt a sense of fear. As the giant ghost walked, his body quietly turned into a rock, becoming incomparably hard. He punched out with all his might. Rumble! The gigantic white-armored divine ship was forged from rare treasures, and was protected by a large number of enchantments. However, under the giant ghost's fist, the white divine ship cracked and then exploded. One punch to destroy the ship. At this moment, all the gods sucked in a breath of cold air. A high god, Governor Chang Yuan's pupils constricted. Before entering the 8 gods' celestial palace, he had only seen a few high gods, and he had never seen such an evil spirit. Could it be that this rock-like Yaksha had broken through after entering the 8 gods' celestial palace? One must know that breaking through to become a high god was a matter of great importance, and it also depended on luck. After so many years, only 1 out of 10 million gods had a chance of recovering such strength. But this Yaksha in front of them had become a high god in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievable. I'll fight you, Governor Chang Yuan gripped his huge sword, disappeared, and reappeared above the giant ghost's head, and slashed down. Divine light shot out, as if splitting the universe. Humph. Chapter 4770. Rumble. The fist and the broadsword collided, and a terrifying storm surged out. All the gods were blown off their feet. The collision of the power of gods between higher gods was too terrifying. Bang! 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 Governor Chang and the giant ghost were soon entangled again. They fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The nearby mountains were all destroyed by them. Some of the wills of shock that came from afar were also affected by the power, and were forcibly wiped out. The two of them were the first gods on the 8th level, who dared to fight with such fanfare. This also caused more wills of shock to arrive. What happened? In addition, this great battle had attracted the attention of several higher gods. When they saw the giant ghost, they were all shocked. They couldn't understand where this higher god had come from, and how he was so strong. Night God, these people are blocking us and not letting us enter the temple. Seeing that all the higher gods had arrived, someone immediately said, "Nonsense." The higher god called Night God shouted angrily, and looked into the distance. He saw that countless wills of shock had arrived and surrounded them. Of course, these wills of shock had consciousness, so they didn't attack. Instead, they watched the gods fight among themselves. This higher god, why are you blocking us? Don't you know that the purpose of our trip is to obtain the stone tablet that the world's consciousness is residing in? Beside Night God, an old man said coldly. He was one of the higher gods and came from the chaotic realm. Therefore, he knew that the giant ghost and the others weren't weak. However, Lin Ling, who had killed King Song, wasn't here now. Where's your leader, Lin Ling? The old man asked again. Lin Ling, they're Lin Ling's men? Someone among the crowd immediately shouted angrily. Upon closer inspection, it was Knight Bumo. Knight Bumo had almost lost his life when he was surrounded by wills of shock. He naturally hated Lin Ling to the core. However, he didn't expect that these people were Lin Ling's men. Of course, you guys came late, and we were already in the void of the 9 prefectures. So we are very sure that they are all Lin Ling's people. The old man said suspiciously. Good, it's Lin Ling's people who are the best. In my opinion, they must be plotting something to stop the temple. We should kill them all. Yibumo said coldly. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, they are gods on our side. If we kill them, wouldn't that be letting the will of shock off? The old man frowned. In truth, he didn't care about the lives of the giant ghost and the others. The main thing was that there were more and more shocking wills. With one more battle force, it would be safer to leave this place. Senior, this devil-like fellow has already entered the temple. He probably already knows the whereabouts of the host body of the world's will. Now that he's stopping us, he wants to take the reward for himself. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, causing Yi Bumo and the others' expressions to change drastically. That's right. Moreover, this temple has a 5-colored light. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Only he can. I'm afraid he has some secrets on him, someone else said. At this moment, several superior gods stared at the giant ghost. The giant ghost knew too many secrets. Only by capturing him could they obtain these secrets. You guys go and capture those two. If they resist, just kill them. Everyone, let's work together to capture this evil ghost. The old man from before immediately arranged, and everyone nodded. Then, they didn't waste any more time, and attacked the giant ghost and the others. I didn't expect that the delay would be so short. Seeing the gods attack, Saint Guy frowned. Now they had only attracted the will of shock. They were still missing the poisonous ants. That's not right. I remember that Lin Ling was very close to us. He should have arrived before the will of shock. Suddenly, treasure god Nanwu Fingyu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly checked his communication jade talisman, and was overjoyed, because he saw that Lin Ling was near them. Lin Ling is here. Treasure god Nanwu Fingyu shouted loudly. Lin Ling is here. The giant ghost and Saint Guy were overjoyed. Lin Ling was the lord above them, and the strongest in Lei Gong's hall. They had always had blind confidence in Lin Ling. Lin Ling is here. The other high gods were similarly stunned, especially the superior gods from the primal chaos realm. They knew that Lin Ling could kill a superior god. Knight Buma laughed wildly. Haha, you actually took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. You were all frightened by Lin Ling before. Not long ago, I chased after Lin Ling, and he used a seedling to deal with me. But he only has one of that treasure. I am certain of this. Really? The eyes of all the high gods lit up. They were naturally afraid of Lin Ling's seedlings. Without those seedlings, Lin Ling was nothing. Lin Ling, get out here. If you don't come out, I'll kill all of your people. Knight Buma looked around, wanting to find Lin Ling in the distant will of astonishment. With that, he waved his arm, and called for the intermediate gods to kill Saint Guy and the others. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wouldn't show up after Saint Guy and the others died. Kill. With so many superior gods supporting them, the other gods had nothing to fear. They all used their methods to kill Saint Guy and treasure god Nanwu Fingyu. As for the giant ghost, it was currently being blocked by Governor Chang Yuan and another high god. Knight Buma, are you in such a hurry to die? But at this time, Lin Ling's voice finally floated over, shocking the world into silence. From the will of astonishment, a dozen figures slowly walked over, forcibly breaking through the will of astonishment's encirclement. The one in the lead was Lin Ling. Who is this person? Even the wills of astonishment were shocked. This was because they hadn't sensed this person's arrival. Moreover, when this person walked past them, they felt a sense of invincibility. Die for me. Lin Ling's footsteps weren't fast. He lightly struck out with his palm. Terrifying divine energy mixed with his physical strength turned into a palm like a storm, ruthlessly slamming into the ground. Rumble. The intermediate gods pouncing on Saint Guy, and the others were all sent flying. Some of the slower ones were directly smashed to death, killing gods like slaughtering chickens. After reaching late-stage intermediate god, Lin Ling's strength had increased tenfold. The current him could rely on his own strength to fight superior gods. If he used his trump cards, even early-stage superior gods would be like clay chickens. Whether it was the Dao Pagoda or the primal chaos realm, Lin Ling had the strength to stir up a storm. The other gods were shocked. Chapter 4771. Lin Ling. At this moment, all the gods looked up at Lin Ling. All the gods from the primal chaos realm knew who Lin Ling was. However, this was the first time the gods from the Dao Tower had seen Lin Ling. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. A late-stage mid-god killed all the gods of the same realm. Someone growled, "This can't be real." The gods from the Dao Tower couldn't believe it, and hesitation appeared in their hearts. Looking at the strongest higher gods, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This was especially true for the gods from the Dao Tower like Governor Chang'an. The shock in their hearts was even stronger. Go test him. He should have used his ultimate divine ability before. After all, a late-stage mid-god can't be so powerful. Night God suddenly said to some gods. Okay. Many gods nodded. They also didn't believe that Lin Ling was so strong. Friends, let's do it. They looked at the mid-gods. But the gods from the Chaos realm remained silent. In fact, they didn't believe it either. But they were very afraid of Lin Ling. Trash. Seeing these gods hesitate, the others scolded with disdain. Which late-stage mid-god had more people, as much as him. So why should they fear Lin Ling? This punch could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Let's see what you've got. After that, a god floated out. Lin Ling looked to the other side, and the deafening cry of a phoenix threw out another punch. A black phoenix appeared in the sky and suppressed them and killed countless gods, bringing with it a sky full of black flames that illuminated the world. Too strong. An 8th grade divine fetus. It was not a secret technique at all. Lin Ling first looked at Pure Maiden by Shui and the others, area around the temple was completely silent, and the others. Countless people looked at the power of Lin Ling's at this moment. His blue robe was for a long time and turned gray. Was this still a late-stage color? Not only turned his robe gray, but also superior deity. It was like the ashes of Nirvana. Even the gods from the Tao Tower did not dare to be arrogant. They also deeply remembered the name Lin Ling. And the sound was like the destruction of the world, was tearing the universe apart. He sensed that Lin Ling was much stronger than before, suddenly began to expand like a shooting star. He slowly floated out, like a huge universe crashing down. Fly out. What a powerful force! They all became excited. In the distance, the will of shock was from the first floor of the Tao Tower. His strength was merely a late-stage mid-god, and this Lin Ling was the strongest late-stage mid-god they had ever seen. When this fist smashed down, they did not know who would be more powerful in the clash between these two great deities. Over 100 million points of divine power, who had been insufferably arrogant before, Yi Bumo now looked at trembling and said indifferently. They sensed the power of divinity, no weaker than 100 million. With a bang, naturally knew how strong Yi Bumo were like paper. Back then, and they were forcefully smashed apart by a shocking punch twice. Because this was still been able to escape 80 million points of divine power. The seedling that 80 million points left physical strength did not have much effect on mid-stage mid-god. This was something that King Songdi could not do. However, now that he was a late-stage mid-god, that Lin Ling had an advantage on double 8 to fight against a superior deity. His strength had indeed increased by several folds when he killed King Songdi, when he relied on external objects. Therefore, Lin Ling had a feeling that this battle would definitely be very exciting. 100 million points of divine power. This is only the most ordinary standard for a superior deity. Yi Bumo said again. A surge of dark demonic energy burst out from his body, and the entire 8th floor seemed to be dyed black by ink. Apart from the temple, everything else had disappeared. It was devouring. All the gods in the darkness felt incomparably small at this moment, as if their strength had been reduced by half. Looking at Yi Bumo again, he had become incomparably huge. Although it's the most ordinary standard, it still means that I have the power of a superior deity. Lin Ling finally spoke. His 7 dantians appeared on his body, forming a colorful world. This colorful world was like a bright lamp in a storm when compared to the dark world. The two universes collided and rose continuously. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, as if it had stopped moving. Lord Lin Ling. In the endless world of darkness, the giant ghost's eyes continued to flicker. Although he had reached the superior deity realm, he had a deeper understanding of how strong Lin Ling was now. He was very excited and looked forward to this. Beside him, Governor Yuan's expression was cold. He had never expected that in this group, apart from the giant ghost, there would be a young man who was so powerful. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Where did this deity come from? In the Jiuzhou void. Although he was very strong, he was still not enough to make us revere him. But now, with just his aura, we feel that we can't underestimate him. Looking at the other superior deities, at this moment, their expressions were incomparably solemn. No matter how strong he is still a medium deity. This is a result that cannot be changed. I reckon that he is now so strong, because he has used some kind of god's stairs. Yi Bumo snorted disdainfully. He still did not believe that a medium deity could fight against a superior deity. Moreover, this superior deity was Yi Bumo, a deity who had entered the first level of the Tao Pagoda. Time still seemed to have stopped. However, at this moment the dark world finally moved. Like a tide, it submerged Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast. God stairs, sealing the great universe world. These God stairs were incomparably powerful. They could seal the deity's power of God in the great universe world. This meant that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, his deity's power of God would never be able to break out of the great universe world. Chapter 4772. Split the Heavens. However, just as the darkness was about to completely engulf Lin Ling, a domineering aura burst out like a volcano erupting. A palm, like a sword, was actually tearing apart the darkness. What's going on? Knight Bumo's pupils constricted. He had already sealed Lin Ling's divine power. But Lin Ling still had a trump card, and it looked like an extremely powerful trump card. Whoosh! The boundless universe of darkness was sliced apart like a piece of paper. The terrifying strike seemed to split the heavens and earth, as if it was creating a universe. Not only did it tear open the dark universe, but it also slashed forward, and all the gods that appeared in the path of split the heavens were all killed in one strike. Its power was unparalleled. Moreover, the strike did not stop. It landed heavily on the ground, and millions of mountains were forcibly split open, creating a huge ravine that went all the way to the sky. Terrifying. One strike actually split millions of mountains. This was probably the first time such a situation had occurred on the 8th level. So powerful. Countless shocked wills were awakened, and they looked at the scene in the distance in shock. At this moment, they did not dare to rashly approach. This strike was unparalleled. If I were hit by this strike, I would probably die with regret. Looking at Knight Bumo again, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than having the basic divine power of a high-level god, Lin Ling had actually hidden such a killer move. The darkness was like a haze that gradually dispersed, and a 5-colored world appeared. Lin Ling floated there, his expression unchanged. However, he secretly sighed. Previously, if the dark universe had not blocked him, he was confident that he could have killed Knight Bumo with one strike. After all, he was now a late-stage mid-level god, and his physical strength had been greatly improved. The split the heavens was naturally much more powerful. Very good, Lin Ling. I admit that I underestimated you. You, a late-stage mid-level god, have such a killer move. I guess this is your final trump card. Knight Bumo's figure appeared. His entire body was like a reflection in the water. But he was also incomparably huge. In his dark universe, everything was like an ant. Now, let's see how you're going to block it. Knight Demon was clearly planning to make his move. Hee, show me your mediocre skills. Lin Ling also sneered. Shameless boasting. Yi Bumo stretched out his hand and suddenly clenched it. It was as if he had grasped the darkness, causing the darkness to turn into a huge dark hand that was tens of millions of miles long. It swept towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The sky of the 8th level was torn apart by the arm, revealing the void. Some people even saw the 9th level in the void. Yi Bumo's methods were also extremely terrifying. At least 300 million divinity. Some of the gods gasped. Although Knight Bumo was a superior god, he had cultivated for too long, and had gone to the first floor of the Tao Pagoda. So he had 3 times more divine power than others. It could be said that when an ordinary higher deity encountered Knight Bumo, they would not be able to retaliate at all, and could only be easily killed. Powerful indeed. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He did not expect that after stepping into late-stage mid-god realm, the first high god he encountered would be one of the strongest high gods. This battle could be called an unprecedented battle, and with Lin Ling's strength, he knew that he could not resist at all. He could only continue to use his trump card. Earth-splitting slash. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and used the Panga strike again. Pop, pop, pop. Almost at the same time, Knight Bumo's black arm swept over, destroying the universe and ruthlessly smashing onto Lin Ling's body. Bang! Lin Ling was smashed to the ground. It seemed that he could not block it. Hee, you wanna fight me? Knight Bumo let out a dignified voice. His arm kept smashing down, causing millions of mountains to tremble. Other than the divine temple, nothing else could stop his dark giant hand. Many shocked wills were implicated, and forcibly exploded by the black hand. This guy didn't use this kind of ultimate skill last time. Many shocked wills said in shock. They had besieged Knight Bumo last time. But at that time, Knight Bumo would rather be injured than use this ultimate skill. This meant that this ultimate skill would only be used at a critical moment. Bang! 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 The world shook, and everything was destroyed. Countless gods looked at this scene in shock. They finally knew how strong the superior gods from the Tao Pagoda were. In fact, a limited number of superior gods had extremely grave expressions at this moment. Because with this method, they knew the gap between themselves and Knight Bumo, 300 million power of God, was far beyond their power. With this kind of fighting method, not to mention Lin Ling, even a superior god can't block it. That Lin Ling is probably dead. It's a pity that Lin Ling's previous slash was used too quickly. Otherwise, we can see who's more powerful when they collided with this black arm. The high gods all spoke out one after another. At this moment, no one saw that under the mountains, Lin Ling was resisting the black arm. He had used earth-splitting slash, and his divine power was invincible. So he was not injured. But he was still shocked. He had invincible divine power, but he was still suppressed to the ground. If Panga hadn't attacked him, he would have died. This person's divine steps are so strange. Not only can it bring the opponent's divine power into the dark universe, it can even turn them black. That's right, his 300 million power of God seems to have come from many years of storage. It's accumulated from the dark universe, constantly turning his opponent's divine power into black. This is probably the power of his innate talent. Lin Ling kept thinking, and he quietly understood the superior gods from the Tao Pagoda. Well, earth-splitting slash's time is almost over. It's time to use the strongest Universe 3 ultimate slash. After sensing again, Lin Ling's pupils became cold and indifferent. In his soul, the great cosmic ray was brewing. And this was his trump card. The Universe 3 ultimate slash was a Mahayana Buddhist technique, an ancient magic of the same level as Panga's attack. It should be able to deal with Knight Bumo, and even if it couldn't, Lin Ling still had a trump card on him. It was the return of his 6,000 doppelgangers. Therefore, Lin Ling was 100% confident in this battle from the beginning to the end. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Knight Bumo was still fiercely smashing the ground. His expression was ferocious, like a god who dominated the universe. You're just Lin Ling, fighting with me? You're nothing. Do you know where I come from? I'm a boy in the tomb of the Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Back then, I lit the lamp for the Heavenly Lord. Later, when the great calamity of the worlds will came, everyone died, and then I reincarnated. But now, I've surpassed the former disciple of the Heavenly Lord Yuanshi by a lot. Ha ha ha, back then I was just a boy. Now I've surpassed the official disciple. Can you understand that feeling? Can you understand it? You don't know shit. The heavens allowed me to return. That's the destiny of the universe. I've been resurrected with the greatest hope of the universe. Knight Bumo was like a madman, constantly roaring. He had suffered several losses at the hands of Lin Ling, and his temperament had long since exploded. Chapter 4773. So this is the origin of Knight Everlasting. Hearing Knight Everlasting's voice, the expressions of Governor Yuan and the other gods changed slightly. Knight Everlasting was very famous in White Mountain, and also had some fame in the Tao Pagoda. He had risen suddenly and crazily. This also caused many people to be curious about his origin, and many people secretly investigated Knight Everlasting's origin, wanting to find his weakness. However, after Knight Everlasting found out, those gods were all killed. In the end, still no one knew Knight Everlasting's origin. Now they all knew. It turned out that he was a child lamp under the tomb of the ancient giant god, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Naturally, he often faced darkness, so he could control this kind of dark power. Ha ha ha, Knight Everlasting, you're just a child. A child is a child. Did you really think that after you reincarnated, you really became an ancient giant god? But at this moment, a figure floated up from the ground, stepping on the 9 heavens with incomparable calmness. It was Lin Ling. What? Knight Everlasting had just finished laughing, but when he saw Lin Ling, his pupils trembled fiercely. The other superior gods' expressions also changed dramatically. Lin Ling was actually not dead. One had to know that under Knight Everlasting's violent attacks, Even a real superior god would have died. Moreover, they saw with their own eyes that Lin Ling was not only not dead, but also not injured at all. What on earth had happened? Do you know why a child like you can live until now? I'll tell you the answer. It's because the heavens let you surpass the ancient giant god, and let you rise in the Tao Pagoda. That's to let you be a little proud, because you'll eventually die in my hands. So, this is a reward from the heavens for you. Lin Ling laughed, and his soul power condensed, ready to move. Bullshit. Knight Everlasting's expression became even more ferocious. Previously, he had revealed his origins in a fit of excitement, because he had guessed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling was still alive, and had even used his former identity as a child to mock him? You don't believe me, right? Then let me see if you're still alive. Lin Ling let out a wild and arrogant laugh. It was as if his head was touching the sky, and his feet were stepping on the ground. He had used the universe's 3 extreme breaks. Demon Vanquishing Break. After Lin Ling reached the late stage of the mid-god realm, the universe's 3 extreme splits had also been enhanced. After all, the power of the universe's 3 extreme splits had been enhanced along with the enhancement of Lin Ling's soul energy. Generally speaking, it was very rare for a god's breakthrough to improve in all major domains. Even if there was a breakthrough, it would only be a small improvement. But this kind of logic was useless against Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling cultivated all 7 danshans at the same time, and all 7 talents were present. With a single breakthrough, the domain of improvement was naturally not small. Countless cosmic rays shot towards Yi Bumo like a curtain of rain. They seemed invisible, but they gave off an extremely heavy pressure. At this moment, the world fell silent. Everyone felt their souls tremble, but they couldn't sense the danger of death. This feeling was very strange, but also very scary. Even the will of astonishment in the distance began to tremble. Some of the weaker bodies of Will trembled, and their swords fell to the ground. In the face of such a powerful soul force, willpower was obviously more affected. What kind of technique is this? Yi Bumo was a little flustered. He kept retreating and waved his palms, controlling the darkness to sweep out. One palm strike after another, he continued to attack forward. Bang bang bang. He tried to use this powerful technique to break that strange feeling. The world in front of him rumbled continuously, and the darkness was like a tide, rolling in all directions. Whether it was his aura or power, he had reached an unprecedented peak. Even more will of astonishment and gods were forcibly wiped out under the influence of this power. However, such a terrifying power did not weaken that strange feeling in the slightest. No. Is this soul energy? I'll run, why can't I escape? Yi Bumo seemed to have gone crazy, attacking in all directions. This was because he realized that he seemed to be trapped in a great universe. And he finally knew that this was a soul energy attack. However, he had seen many soul energy attacks. Why did it have such power? It could seal people, make their souls tremble, and give rise to a feeling that they couldn't resist. No. All the gods heard Yi Bumo's shouts. They even saw that Yi Bumo had not only gone crazy, but he was also crying with a face full of panic. To be able to scare a superior god like this showed how terrifying Lin Ling's technique was. No. Yi Bumo's voice gradually became softer and softer, and in the end, it completely disappeared. People could only see a figure floating in the sky, motionless like a statue, as if he was completely dead. This kind of feeling gave people an even weirder feeling. Time passed by minute. Finally, a superior god said in shock, "Yi Bumo is dead." When they heard this, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. A superior god from the Tao Pagoda had died in front of their eyes, and he had died without knowing why. Most importantly, he hadn't died on the divine steps, nor had he died under the divine power, but under the suppression of soul energy. Lin Ling, how many powerful divine abilities does he have? A superior god said solemnly. It was Night God. Previously, he had disdained Lin Ling, thinking that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he wouldn't be able to make any big waves. But now he didn't dare to say so, because he realized that Lin Ling hadn't relied on divine power to kill Yi Bumo, but on another divine ability, one that even he couldn't understand. What do we do now? A god beside him immediately asked. Night God frowned. What could he do now? Leave immediately. Continue fighting. Two choices. Let's vote. Night God finally made his decision. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't want to provoke a madman like Lin Ling. But the stone tablet that recorded the world will's host was right in front of them. If they returned empty-handed, they would have come for nothing. Of course, if they really continued fighting, they would also be in great danger. Night God, I think we have to continue fighting because someone transmitted a message to me, saying that they're willing to help us kill Lin Ling. At this moment, an old man among the superior gods said coldly, Oh, I wonder who it is. Night God couldn't help but frown. The will of astonishment, the old man said calmly, but the moment he said that, Night God's body trembled. The will of astonishment was helping them? Night God couldn't help but look around, wondering why the will of astonishment would help them. Chapter 4774. Originally, I wanted to seriously consider it, but now, it seems that there's no need to consider it. Night God couldn't help but smile. With the help of the will of shock, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block it. Moreover, although Lin Ling's mystique was powerful, he had always believed that it could only be used once. It was just that he didn't dare to take the risk out of caution. But now his chances of winning had increased. If he didn't take the risk, he would be letting himself down. At this moment, Lin Ling floated to the ground and walked towards Saint Guyi and the others. The giant ghost also flew back and looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling was also very confused about the gods suddenly attacking the giant ghost. So he asked, What happened? What? Although the gods of White Mountain wanted nothing more than to kill him, there were other gods present. Many of them had no enmity with him, so there was no need to erupt into conflict with him. It's the temple. The giant ghost understood Lin Ling's confusion and explained. The host of the eighth world will? Lin Ling frowned, but he was still puzzled. And when the giant ghost saw Lin Ling's puzzlement, it said in a low voice, The eighth world will is a host's body. This is an extremely important matter. I don't want them to know. Lin Ling couldn't help but open his mouth. Although he didn't want others to know who the host of the eighth world will was, it also depended on the time. For example, in the previous life and death situation, there was no need to keep it a secret. Lin Ling, believe me, no matter what, no one can know the secret of the eighth world will. The giant ghost gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only nod. Although he didn't know what the host of the eighth world will represented, he believed in the giant ghost. The giant ghost must have his reasons for doing this. Lin Ling also felt that the host of the eighth world will couldn't be hidden from the ancient gods. It's fine, these people are afraid of being killed. This secret, we can keep it to ourselves. Lin Ling shook his head and said to the giant ghost. Lin Ling, something's wrong. They haven't left yet. However, Shang Yi said while looking into the distance. Lin Ling also turned around to look, and his face immediately turned ugly. This was because the surrounding gods still hadn't left, and were coldly looking over. With Lin Ling's experience, he could naturally tell from that expression that he would not rest until he was dead. It seemed like the previous intimidation didn't work. Or did they have a new trump card? A large number of gods stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Saint Guyi immediately retreated a few steps to protect Whitewater Maiden and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked out and looked at all the gods from afar. Lin Ling, we don't plan to leave yet. Finally, the night god said calmly, Today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. All of you will die here. We will definitely obtain the secret of the temple. You guys are really crazy. For the sake of the secret of the divine temple, you guys don't even want your lives? Lin Ling sneered. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, stop putting on an act. I admit that you are very powerful, but you should have used all your trump cards and reached your limit. I reckon that even an ordinary high god would be able to defeat you now. The night god said confidently. In fact, the other higher gods also thought the same. It was just that they didn't dare to take the risk before. Are you that sure? You should know that if you lose the bet, many of you will die. Lin Ling said. I'm 100% sure. Of course, I, the night god, never fight a battle that I have no chance of winning. The reason we didn't leave is that we have another ally, and they are the will of shock. The night god laughed and pointed into the distance. With this point, countless wills of shock pointed their swords at Lin Ling and the others. This caused Lin Ling and the others' eyes to tremble. No wonder the night god and the others didn't leave. It turned out that they had another powerful ally. What's going on? Saint Guy and the others frowned. Wasn't the will of shock an enemy of all gods? So that's how it is. Lin Ling wasn't too surprised. He and the giant ghost looked at each other and understood. The will of shock had helped, all for the giant ghost. Lin Ling was very strong, and the will of shock was obvious to all. Naturally, they would find help to eliminate Lin Ling. Lin Ling will be honest. We want this person. If you agree, we won't help the night god and the others. Seeing that Lin Ling had reacted, many wills of shock looked at Lin Ling and said, You have no choice. One is to hand him over, and the other is to die. These wills of shock had their own consciousness, and were no different from ordinary people. Haha, then I choose death. Of course, whether you can kill me is still unknown. Lin Ling's aura surged, and the gray robe that had just disappeared appeared again. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling in shock, and then a smile appeared on his cold face. This was Lin Ling. He would help the giant ghost without hesitation. This was also the reason why the giant ghost had been following Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a loyal friend. Shameless boasting. Countless wills of shock were enraged. Haha, I like this choice very much. As for the night god and the other gods, they all laughed coldly. Previously, they were really afraid that Lin Ling would hand over the giant ghost. Saint Guy, protect them well. Lin Ling ordered, and then immediately attacked with the giant ghost. If they waited for all the gods to attack, Saint Guy and the others would definitely be affected. You want to kill us? Just with the likes of you. Lin Ling leaped up and rushed towards the gods, and a mighty punch was thrown out. It's enough to kill you. Governor Chang laughed coldly. He exchanged glances with the other gods, and then they all exploded with powerful divine energy. This also made Lin Ling realize that the divine energy had locked onto his chest and forehead, and was about to suppress him to death. Die! Lin Ling's terrifying punch arrived, killing more than 10 intermediate gods in succession. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the other gods' attacks also arrived. However, Lin Ling activated the Quafu sun-chasing boots, and stepped into the air with flaming footsteps. Then, he disappeared on the spot, dodging the two powerful attacks from before. Ding! Ding! However, as soon as he appeared, countless gray swords shot towards him. The wills of shock had attacked. Come on! Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Lin Ling's divine energy surged, and he threw out a fierce punch. He had already used up all his trump cards in the battle with the night god. Now only divine energy was left to deal with these gods. Rumble! The terrifying punch, mixed with endless divine energy, sent all the swords flying, and even destroyed a large number of wills of shock. This was the power of Lin Ling's punch. We must kill him. However, on the other side, the night god and a large number of wills of shock were surrounding and killing the giant ghost. Chapter 4775. In truth, after becoming a high god, the giant ghost was slightly stronger than Lin Ling. It was just that Lin Ling had many trump cards. And now, his situation was not as good as Lin Ling's, because he did not have the Quafu sun-chasing boots. His speed was not as fast as Lin Ling's, and he was trapped in the center. Giant ghost. In the distance, Lin Ling arrived with the Quafu sun-chasing boots. In midair, he punched out fiercely, as though he could shatter the heavens. The danger that the giant ghost faced immediately decreased by a fraction. Hee, it seems like we guessed correctly. Although Lin Ling and the giant ghost were slaughtering everywhere, Night God and Governor Chang Yuan were not alarmed. Instead, they were very happy, because they could see that Lin Ling did not have any more trump cards. It's time for us to act. Previously, these high gods looked like they were attacking, but in reality, they were just putting up a show. They wanted to use the will of shock and the other gods as cannon fodder. Now that they saw that Lin Ling had reached his limit, they no longer held back. "Fellow Taoist, let me help you." But at this moment, at the outermost part of the 8th floor, an old voice sounded, following which, the will of shock and fear at the outermost part was completely annihilated. This caused the eyes of countless gods to tremble violently. When they turned around, they discovered that countless Lin Ling had appeared at the outermost part of the 8th floor. Avatars of the true body. Night God's eyes trembled violently. Moreover, these avatars seemed to have come from the outside world. What kind of avatars could break through the void and enter the 8 gods' celestial palace? So many. I'm afraid there are no less than 3,000 of them. These avatars are all mid-stage mid-gods, but they can fight late-stage mid-gods. Not good, stop them. The gods were alarmed. They could not care less about Lin Ling and the others. They used their methods to fight the avatars that came from outside. Lin Ling, Saint Yi and the others were overjoyed. There were so many helpers, and they were not weak at all. Kill. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He exchanged a glance with the giant ghost and charged out from the center. This battle caused the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. Countless gods and terrifying wills died for it. Of course, many of Lin Ling's 6,000 doppelgangers had also died. In the end, there weren't many gods left. They were all extremely powerful existences. And the astonishing will had left behind many kings of will. Everyone was panting, and there were wounds all over their bodies. They stared fixedly at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was an extremely powerful existence. I can't believe he's so powerful. So many greater gods and countless common gods. And yet they still can't kill him. If this guy becomes a superior deity, who can stop him? Damn it, our gods are getting fewer and fewer. The night deity and the other higher deities were all dumbfounded and extremely displeased. Return. At this time, Lin Ling shouted loudly, and the remaining doppelgangers all returned. Kaboom! At this moment, a deafening roar erupted from Lin Ling's body. His soul power, physical strength, power of divinity, and even the divine steps had all increased slightly. This was because the doppelgangers had returned, and so had all the insights in them. Damn it, his strength can still increase. I've miscalculated. Most importantly, these astonishing wills are too useless. Those kings of will aren't doing anything. They're just putting on a show. The night deity and the others looked even worse because they could clearly sense that Lin Ling's aura was stronger than before, giving them great pressure. In fact, as greater deities, they more or less all had trump cards. However, since it was a trump card, they would only use it in a life and death situation. But now, it seemed like they had no choice but to use it. Die. Just as they were hesitating, Lin Ling suddenly moved, leaving behind flaming footsteps in the sky. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Governor Chang Yuan. This punch, as if it had cut through time and space, arrived in front of Governor Chang Yuan in an instant. This punch's power was monstrous, reaching the power of 9,000. This also caused Governor Chang Yuan's pupils to constrict, as if his entire person was frozen in the long river of history. This was because the punch brought him great pressure, as if the fist of heaven's might was pressing down on his head. Clang! He had just raised his broadsword, when it was instantly shattered by the punch. Boom! The punch streaked across like a meteor, and easily smashed Governor Chang Yuan's head. Another greater deity had died here, following in the footsteps of Yi Bumo. After this punch, the aftershocks did not diminish, and it even killed a large number of gods and astonishing wills. So fierce. Although Governor Chang Yuan's strength is not comparable to Yi Bumo's, he's still a greater deity. He was actually killed by a punch. The night deity and the others began to gasp. Their evaluation of Lin Ling increased by another point. At this moment, they suddenly did not dare to continue fighting. They were completely afraid. Even if they had a trump card, they did not want to stay here and risk their lives. Some of the gods who had quietly retreated had already quietly turned around, intending to leave this troublesome place. However, just as they turned around, their pupils instantly trembled. This was because at the outermost periphery, countless poisonous ants had appeared. surrounding them so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Moreover, the ground and the sky were also filled with poisonous ants at this moment. It turned out that these poisonous ants had quietly surrounded them while they were fighting. It's over. Damn it, we should have left earlier. Why did we have to hope for a fluke? If you want to blame someone, blame those astonishing wills. They can't help at all. The gods became more and more panicked, as if they had been tricked. Even the night deity and the others felt the same. If they had known that Lin Ling was so strong, if they had known that the poisonous ants would come so quickly, they would not have given up on the secret of the world's will's host body. What made them feel the most helpless was that they couldn't retreat, nor could they fight. You're finally back. Are you the only one left among the 8 of us? However, at this moment a gloomy voice sounded. Following that, a large hand suddenly appeared and grabbed at the giant ghost. At this moment heaven and earth spun. All the astonishing wills were transforming, turning into green smoke and disappearing, being sucked into the huge whirlpool. This also caused the large hand to become even more substantial, mixed with a power that could crush one's soul. It's you. The giant ghost's pupils trembled as he stared at the sky, as if he had seen a familiar face. He wanted to resist, but he realized that all his strength had been suppressed, and he could not move at all. Even a higher god was suppressed. From this, one could see how terrifying the person who had attacked was. Giant ghost. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant ghost. Then, a fist fiercely punched out, resisting the huge hand in the sky. Bang! 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 Chapter 4776. Although the giant ghost's strength was suppressed, Lin Ling's was not. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that the person who came was extremely powerful. He was fine after taking a punch from him. Get lost. Looking at the palm that was still coming down, Lin Ling's eyes were red. He was like a madman as he punched out with both fists. Rumble. The whole world seemed to be exploding as countless meteors streaked across the sky. It was extremely dazzling. So strong. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. Although he kept blasting out powerful divine energy, he found that the palm was still coming down. Lin Ling run. Behind him, the giant ghost could not move at all. He could only watch Lin Ling fight with all his might. Brother! Finally, blood flowed out of his eyes as he roared. Ha ha ha. Looking into the distance, an evil ghost floated out. It looked exactly like the giant ghost, but it looked even older. This was the frightening ghost. It was also the 8th level's god of will. Its strength was not something that Lin Ling and the giant ghost could fight against. Giant ghost, do you know why I didn't go to the 9th level? Because I'm waiting for you. For so many years, I've devoured other emotions and wills. Only you and the evil ghost are left. You have the evil ghost's aura, which means that the evil ghost died in your hands. Now that I've devoured the 2 of you, the 8 gods are mine. Mine. The frightening ghost let out a cackle. Previously, he let the frightening ghost join forces with the night god to buy time. In fact, he was not interested in the secrets of the temple at all. He was not even interested in the host body of the 8th realm's will. The only thing that he cared about was the giant ghost. Devouring the giant ghost to become the 8 gods. Break! Lin Ling's eyes were burning with flames as he punched out continuously. His fists were even filled with divine fire and lightning. It was terrifying. Rumble! Finally, the giant palm was destroyed by Lin Ling's snowflakes fell from the sky, turning the ground white. Ha ha ha, what's the use? Frightened ghost wasn't surprised at all. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at an ant. I know you. And I know your background. But what's the use? The 8 gods are number 1. What will of the world? That's just a fart. So powerful. Is this the god of will? This strength, I'm afraid he's at the peak of the higher deity realm. However, he's actually not interested in the host body of the world's will. And instead, he's staring at that grimacing thing? No, they look alike. Night God and the others were discussing spiritedly, shocked by the power of the god of will. They had a feeling that if the giant ghost died, they would be in danger. The god of will would not let them go. However, even if they wanted to flee now, the poison diagram ants that were encircling them from behind wouldn't allow it. I'll see how you're going to save him. Giant ghost, you're an emotion and will of the 8 gods. How could you possibly be the same as a human? You have brothers, you have emotions. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 gods. Frightened Ghost was extremely excited, as if he was about to devour the giant ghost. In fact, he had been waiting for this day for tens of millions of years. Come here and die. He reached out his hand, and this time, Lin Ling was clearly unable to block it. The giant ghost was even more unable to block it. I don't know what kind of ghost you are, and I have no interest in knowing what kind of ghost you are. However, the giant ghost is my brother, my family. Anyone who wants to take him away in front of me will have to step over my dead body. Also, you said you were the strongest of the 8 gods? Bullshit. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out. Everyone saw that the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling had not given up even at this point. He was no match for Frightened Ghost at all. He didn't even have 1% of Frightened Ghost strength. Lin Ling. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, and more tears welled up in his eyes. These few years, he had always followed Lin Ling, and also fought side by side with Lin Ling many times, sharing life and death together. Therefore, he understood Lin Ling, and knew that Lin Ling valued relationships and loyalty. But when he saw Lin Ling block in front of him with his own eyes, shielding him from the wind and rain, his heart was still very touched. All of a sudden, he had a feeling that perhaps the 8 gods separated into 8 faces. The goal was to let the 8 faces each comprehend their own lives. Lin Ling, go away. This is a grudge between me and him. Thinking up to here, the giant ghost gave a loud roar. He did not wish to implicate Lin Ling. No, this is a grudge between us and him. But Lin Ling still did not retreat. There was no distinction between you and me, only us. Cyclic Sky Seal. Following that, Lin Ling gave a loud roar, urging his divine essence, controlling the cyclic sky seal to suppress down. Rumble. In the sky, the 4 corners imperial jade seal suddenly appeared, spinning slowly. It did not look big, and its speed was not fast, but it carried with it the power of the laws of the universe, smashing down on Frightened Ghost. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What is this thing? Idiot. How can the god of will be defeated by those small treasures? Night God said disdainfully, not believing that the imperial jade seal could be so powerful. In fact, even Frightened Ghost did not care. His target was still the giant ghost. Rumble. However, when the palm-sized imperial jade seal smashed down, a terrifying force exploded, making Frightened Ghost dizzy, and he fell from the sky to the ground. Ah! The deities were stunned. Saint Guyi and the rest were also stunned. What was that small 4 corners imperial jade seal? What the hell could it be so powerful? On the ground, Frightened Ghost felt dizzy, and could not help but let out a loud roar. But soon, the imperial jade seal smashed down again. Bang! The sound was not deafening, but the impact was not small at all. Moreover, only Frightened Ghost could sense the power. The others could not sense it at all. Pfft! Frightened Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot. What is this? Why is it hitting people's heads? Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the cyclic sky seal in the sky ignored him, and continued to attack his head. At this moment, his head felt like it was about to be smashed open. He could not take it anymore. In the end, he turned into countless Frightened Ghosts' will and fled in all directions. Moreover, he used his powerful strength to forcefully open up a path among the poison diagram ants and charged out. Quick run! Night God and the rest gasped. They had no idea what was going on, but at this moment, they could not care less. They just wanted to escape. Moreover, Lin Ling's treasure that specialized in smashing people's heads had completely frightened them. It looked very ordinary, but it had smashed the deities' heads full of small bumps. Even a superior deity could not escape the fate of being hit. This was too terrifying. Chapter 4777. Lin Ling, hurry up and enter the temple. Hurry up. At this moment, the giant ghost looked at the poisonous ants around it, and hurriedly yelled at Lin Ling. Come back. Hurry up. Lin Ling originally wanted to smash Frightened Ghost to death previously. Unfortunately, His divine essence was also pretty much exhausted. In the end, he could only watch frightened ghosts flee. However, the power of the flipping sky seals still shocked him. It was a vicious treasure that specialized in smashing one's head. At this moment, the giant ghost opened the door to the temple and led Lin Ling and the others inside. At the same time, the giant ghost said seriously, "Lin Ling, don't be surprised when you see the stone tablet. Hurry up. That's why I wanted to keep it a secret. Hurry up." Actually, frightened ghost had already said it. It's just that no one noticed it at that time. Hurry up. Saint Guy and the rest frowned when they suddenly remembered what frightened ghost had said. Then, their faces changed and they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Ling felt strange. Most importantly, the giant ghost and the rest were looking at him with shock. Of course, he had a guess in his mind. Could it be? Lin Ling's mouth twitched, and his heart seemed to explode. That's it. The giant ghost's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. He led the group into the temple. The temple was very vast. After entering, they were surrounded by dense white fog. It was very mysterious. 2 stone tablets were placed on the ground. The first tablet recorded the information of the 8 gods, while the second tablet recorded the host body of the 8th world will. Lin Ling, we will. Saint Guy and the rest knew that this was a serious matter, so they didn't want to see the secret on the tablet. It's okay. We're on the same side. There's no need to hide any secrets. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He knew what Saint Guy and the rest were worried about. However, to him, those who could come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace were all people he trusted. All right. Saint Guy and the others looked at each other and nodded. Looking at Qingwang Old Man and the others, they were all a little confused. However, they also knew that this was Lin Ling's matter. Therefore, they tacitly left and went in another direction. Lin Ling and the others arrived in front of the stone stele. The stone stele had a large number of complex runes inscribed on it. Others might not be able to understand these runes, but the giant ghost could, and it explained them to them. Everyone listened quietly as their bodies continued to tremble. Sure enough, the 8th world will host body recorded on the stone tablet was Lin Ling. The stone tablet even said Li Xiaoyao's name. As expected, Lin Ling couldn't help but bitterly smile. Even though the giant ghost had warned him, he still found it hard to believe. Lin Ling, I've always been curious as to why you were able to surpass ordinary people and defeat countless genius gods. Now I finally have an answer. I'm sure this is the answer that all of your opponents want to know the most. The giant ghost also looked at Lin Ling probably. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. Sheng Yi and the others were all enlightened, especially Sheng Yi. He had the bloodline of the Donghuang clan, and was already extraordinary. However, no matter how much he cultivated, he would never be able to surpass Lin Ling. Moreover, the gap was constantly widening. Therefore, he had always been curious as to how Lin Ling could surpass him. But now, he knew that Lin Ling relied on the 8th world will host body to surpass countless gods. It's really strange. Why can't I sense any power from the world will host body? Lin Ling shook his head. He saw that Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and Longyang had the power of the world will host body, but he didn't. However, the stone tablet was left behind by the 8 gods, so it couldn't be fake. I guess you haven't awakened yet. Take Lei Gong for example. When he was one of the 4 gods, he also couldn't sense the world will's power in his body. Sheng Yi said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He still smiled bitterly, then sat down cross-legged. Perhaps this news was too shocking, and he still found it hard to accept. Let's go. Let Lin Ling be alone. The giant ghost led Sheng Yi and the others to the other side. They all knew that this news was too shocking, and Lin Ling would definitely not be able to accept it in a short time. After all, Lin Ling had been the enemy of the world's will all his life, and had fought it many times. And now he was the world will. Then, why did he fight back then? What was his mission? In fact, Lin Ling was indeed confused. Resisting against the will of the world, this was already his heart of martial arts. Now that he was told that his martial heart was wrong, he naturally felt confused. Is everything destined by fate? But if I'm the host body of the world will, Why would the ancient gods help me? Patriarch Bodhi, pure young spiritual master, Monkey King too many. Could there be a story behind all this? Moreover, if the stone tablet didn't record that I'm the host body of the world will, I wouldn't even feel that I'm related to the world will. That's right, when I walked through the fog barrier, I saw my earliest self. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. He had walked through the fog barrier with Shengyi, and he saw that his earliest self was different from Shengyi. He was a speck of dust, and he had been split into two, and he had passed through a great universe. And he had always guessed that the world will was actually the will of the Creator God. This meant that Lin Ling's earliest self was the Creator God, but he had been split into two, and one half was the world will, and the other half was Lin Ling himself. This also led to him being related to the world will, and he had become the host body of the eighth world will. It's a pity that this is all just speculation. Let's not care about this for now. Whether I'm the world will or not, my martial heart is beyond the universe, and I'm on the path of eternity. My mission is to protect my family and friends, and that's enough. Take Lei Gong for example. He's also the world will, but he has changed, and his mission is to fight against the world will. That's right. Although I'm the host body of the world will, it's not that I can't fight against the world will. Lin Ling kept talking, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In his heart, his martial heart, which had been shaken before, not only did it not collapse, it became even more solid. Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance. He saw that in a corner of the temple, the giant ghost and the others were sitting cross-legged, each of them cultivating. Everyone, I've made you worry, Lin Ling said to everyone. Lord Lin Ling. Everyone opened their eyes, and a smile appeared in their eyes. Then they rushed over. I'm fine. Chapter 4778. I knew my lord was an extraordinary person. Haha Lin Ling. You know you're the host of the world's will. You've seen through it so quickly, you're amazing. Let's go, where are we going next? Everyone spoke one after another. Giant ghost, do you know how to get to the 9th level? Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost and said, the 9th level probably has the final host of the world's will. This host of the world's will is probably incomparably terrifying, so it's best if we have the chance to know this secret. We can enter by following the temple. The giant ghost replied with a serious tone. However, when the stone tablet that recorded the 7th will of the world appeared, it was destroyed by a powerful force that led to the disappearance of the 7th will of the world. Even now no one knows who it is. The last will of the world is probably even more powerful. The world's will hosts get stronger the further they go. Then Lord Lin Ling is the 8th one, which means he's the second strongest among the 9 world's will hosts. Whitewater Pure Maiden suddenly said. When these words fell, everyone's body trembled. Back then, no one could stop the 7th world's will host, and its strength was heaven-defying. It was said that it was related to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, and Lin Ling was the 8th. Did this mean that in the future, Lin Ling's strength would surpass the 7th world's will host? This who can say for sure? Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to guess such uncertain things. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. However, everything was as the giant ghost said. The final world's will host was probably very terrifying. Even if he obtained the stone tablet, whether or not he could read the secret within was still unknown. However, the secret was right in front of him. Lin Ling was really unwilling to give up. After all, if the world's will had nothing to do with him, Lin Ling would be too lazy to know. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was already inseparable from the world's will. Seeing that Lin Ling planned to continue forward, the giant ghost nodded and led everyone in another direction of the temple. As for Old Man Chen Guang and the others, Lin Ling had them stay in the temple and wait for the poison diagram ants to leave before leaving the 8th level. The world's will host was a matter of great importance. Lin Ling didn't want them to know too much, and this was also to protect them. Around the temple, the colorful mist was like a curtain of rain, and the outside world could be seen from the temple. At this moment, it was filled with poison diagram ants. What was shocking was that the poison diagram ants that no universe could stop and yet they didn't dare to enter the temple. As for the giant ghost, it led the group forward, as if it wanted to walk out of the temple and enter the encirclement of the poison diagram ants. Treasure God Nanwufingyu. Everyone was well aware of how terrifying the poison diagram ants were. The giant ghost was very confident. Everyone smiled wryly and continued to follow. After arriving at the temple, the giant ghost strode in. Looking outside, it was filled with poison diagram ants. The giant ghost disappeared as if it was swallowed by the poison diagram ants. This. Bai Shui and the others were a little scared. Let's go, we have faith in the giant ghost. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He was the second to step into the colorful mist. After Lin Ling entered, Sheng Yi followed without hesitation. Following that, the others also entered one after another. But what was surprising was that after entering the colorful mist, they didn't appear outside the temple. Instead, they arrived at a white space. There was nothing here. It was completely white, as far as the eye could see. Standing here, one would immediately feel a sense of insignificance and panic. It was as if they were imprisoned here. This is the 9th level. Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. The 9th level had less things than he imagined. It could be said that there was nothing here. The giant ghost stood there and nodded. There are only 2 ways to enter the 9th level. The temple is one, and the other is even more difficult. Even if you have the strength of a higher god, there is a 90% chance of death. And after entering the 9th level, in fact, this is the safest place. In fact, the entire universe is not as safe as this. The final 8 gods are here, and the final stone tablet of the world will is also here. Hearing the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling's eyes also looked into the distance. In the distance, it was still a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was a parallel space. Let's go. Remember to follow me because it is easy to get lost here. Once you get lost, it will be eternity. The giant ghost led the way. Eternity? What eternity? You mean we will never die? Bai Shui asked hurriedly, a little frightened. Yes, we will never die. But we will never be able to get out. We can only walk here forever. The giant ghost glanced at Whitewater Maiden and replied. Bai Shui looked around, and her entire body trembled. Undying and indestructible, he walked through this vast expanse of white space. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't even hear anything. This was worse than killing her. It seems that the most terrifying thing about the 9th level is eternity. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he guessed something. To me, eternity is useless because I have a way to leave. The giant ghost spread his hands. No wonder he said that the 9th level was actually not dangerous. Unfortunately, this was a nightmare for the others. The group walked forward, not knowing how long they had walked. They even felt that they had walked for a full 3 years. 3 years of walking in this vast expanse of whiteness. If not for the fact that they had many people and good willpower, they would have gone crazy long ago. Of course, this kind of lonely walking was also a kind of cultivation of the mind. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others were sometimes talking nonstop, and sometimes they were silent, thinking about their own das. The trials and tribulations of the path of martial arts in the past also poured into their hearts bit by bit. It was incomparably clear, not missing a bit. Perhaps, only in this extremely quiet world would they be able to let go of everything and recall the past. It was also because of this that everyone's strength more or less increased. Giant ghosts were really not lost. Sigh, this old man walking on this path seems to be dead. On this day, Treasure God Nanwufingyu said to the giant ghost with a bitter smile. Grandpa Treasure God, I'm sure that we're not on the wrong path. The giant ghost nodded with a smile. Only when he was with Lin Ling, and the rest would he reveal a smile. When he was with others, he was mostly fierce. We're here. Suddenly, the giant ghost let out a low cry, and then his eyes focused. How is that possible? There's someone here? In the distant horizon, 2 stone steels sat on the ground, looking extremely conspicuous. And beside the stone steels stood 2 figures, also very conspicuous. Chapter 4779. They probably came in through another route. But I'm surprised how they found this place. The giant ghost furrowed its brows. Let's go and take a look, since they were already here. No matter who the other party was, Lin Ling naturally wasn't afraid. Everyone sped up, afraid that they would get lost, so they flew hand in hand. When they got closer, Lin Ling and the rest's expressions changed drastically, because the two people standing beside the stone tablet were the great god of Spirit Kingdom and Taoist myriad treasures. No wonder they couldn't see them at the temple. It turned out that they had entered this place. But how did they enter this place? It should be Taoist myriad treasures, Lin Ling guessed. Taoist myriad treasures had always been mysterious, so he naturally had a way to enter this place. Lin Ling, the great god of Spirit Kingdom, and Taoist myriad treasures also stared at Lin Ling. It could be seen that they were even more surprised than Lin Ling and the rest. You guys, why are you here? Taoist myriad treasures said in shock. If you guys can come, why can't we? Lin Ling sneered, but he wasn't as afraid as before. That's good. If it's you guys, we can be at ease. Taoist myriad treasures and the great god of Spirit Kingdom looked at each other, and their expressions relaxed. Why? Did you find the Ninth World Will's stone tablet? Lin Ling stared at the stone tablet beneath their feet. It was probably the stone tablet that recorded the Ninth World Will's body. We did find it, but unfortunately, I don't dare to interpret it easily. The great god of Spirit Kingdom shook his head and looked at Lin Ling. Do you still remember back then? We found the Seventh World Will's stone tablet and wanted to interpret it, but divine power descended from the heavens and almost killed us. Now the Ninth World Will's body is even more terrifying. You know it's terrifying, but you still came? Lin Ling sneered. Didn't you guys come too? The great god said with disdain. Lei Gong Lin Ling. There are some things that must be done despite knowing the dangers. We are only hesitating right now, but in the end, we will definitely decipher them. At that time, a powerful force will descend from the heavens and obliterate you. Lin Ling immediately interjected. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, Why don't we work together? Last time, when we tried to decipher the seventh will of the world, a powerful force came and sealed all the secrets. At that time, we almost succeeded. Unfortunately, the stone tablet was destroyed. Since that's the case, you can continue to decipher it and tell us loudly at the same time. We will be responsible for stopping that powerful force from coming. That sounds pretty good, but how are you going to stop that kind of power? The great god of Spirit Nation frowned. Although it's difficult, it's not impossible. Lin Ling shook his head. Because this is the 9th level, which is the safest place in the entire universe. It will be very difficult for an external force to reach here. Even if it does reach here, its power will be weakened by a lot. Therefore, we have to bet that we can stop the incoming force. Of course, it's still very dangerous. After all, the host of the 9th will of the world must have a terrifying ability. Therefore, we have to work together to resist it. Hearing this, the great god of Spirit Nation and Taoist of many treasures looked at each other, their eyes burning with passion. In fact, although they were afraid of the host of the 9th will of the world, since they were already here, they definitely had to decipher the secrets. It was just that they were hesitating before. Now that they heard Lin Ling's words, they felt that it was feasible. Sure, but the prerequisite is that you have to tell us who the host of the 8th will of the world is. Taoist of many treasures suddenly said with a smile. Old fox. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. I have a feeling that you guys definitely know who the host of the 8th will of the world is. Therefore, this will be the reward. The great god of Spirit Nation's eyes lit up. Is this a fair trade? You guys also want to know about the host of the 9th will of the world, right? This is just what each of us needs. However, treasure god Namwufingyu immediately objected. This caused Taoist of many treasures and the others to fall silent. After all, this was indeed unfair. There's no harm in telling you, but there's a condition. But at this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile, the giant ghost wants to obtain the other stone tablet, so I want you guys to protect him. As long as you agree, I'll tell you who the host of the 8th will of the world is. The other stone tablet? The great god of Spirit Nation looked at the other stone tablet on the ground, and finally nodded. Okay, the great god of Spirit Nation will be in charge of deciphering it, and protecting the giant ghost. We'll block the power in the sky. Taoist of Many Treasures nodded and said confidently, Don't worry, Taoist of Many Treasures, may look sloppy, but my strength is not to be underestimated. Lin Ling smiled. He believed in this. This was because he had never seen Taoist of Many Treasures use his full strength. Now can you tell us who the host of the eighth will of the world is? Then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling smiled mysteriously. The giant ghost and Saint Yi were the same. What does this mean? The two great gods of Spirit Nation frowned. How stupid. The host of the eighth will of the world is right in front of you. Haven't you realized it yet? Lin Ling smiled and said helplessly. In front of us? Wait, you said? Could it be you? Taoist of Many Treasures' eyes suddenly trembled. Lin Ling, you're the host of the eighth will of the world. You lied to me. The great gods of Spirit Nation were in disbelief. It was no wonder they couldn't accept it. Even Lin Ling found it hard to accept at first. For a moment, the two of them fell silent, their eyes flickering. Lin Ling smiled at them, and didn't interrupt them. He knew they would accept it in the end. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Finally, the great gods of Spirit Nation nodded in realization. Taoist of Many Treasures also had a look of realization in his eyes. In fact, they had always been curious about Lin Ling's background. How could he be so strong and create miracles time and time again? But now the answer was obvious. It turned out that Lin Ling was also someone with a strong background. After all this time, we're actually together. The great gods of Spirit Nation suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Thinking of the battle with Lin Ling, he felt that everything was very dramatic. Alright, now get ready to decipher it. Lin Ling didn't want to waste any more time. He nodded at the great gods of Spirit Nation, and said to the Giant Ghost, the final stone tablet is here. You should have everything of the 8 gods. Don't worry, we will protect you. Okay. The Giant Ghost nodded heavily. His eyes stared at the stone tablet, and his expression finally became excited. Chapter 4780. Everyone knew that although it was a short sentence, it contained heaven's secrets. Whether or not they could reveal heaven's secrets would depend on this moment. Of course, during this process, they would face a situation where they had a slim chance of survival. It's starting. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom shouted as he stared at the stone tablet that recorded the final will of the world, and began to decipher it. Only the great god of the Spirit Kingdom and the Giant Ghost knew about the runes recorded on the stone tablet. When the first word floated out, the entire 9th level remained silent. However, everyone was incomparably nervous, as they knew that a storm would come in the next moment. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom's forehead was covered in sweat, as he continued to decipher. The second word floated out. The 9th level was still silent. The third word. Time seemed slow, but every minute and second seemed to be a century long. However, when the 4th word floated out, a taboo aura quietly spread out. Moreover, no one could sense where this taboo aura came from, but everyone felt a sense of panic in their hearts. It was as if the air had suddenly been sucked out. It's here! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble! The 9th level began to shake, as if a large hand was violently grabbing the 9th level and shaking it. One had to know that this was the 9th level of the 8 gods' celestial palace, which was also the final level. The fact that the mysterious power could reach this level showed how terrifying it was. Everyone be careful. Taoist Myriad Treasure said solemnly as his eyes stared at the highest point of the 9th level. It was a stretch of white as if there was no end, and no one could see through it. However, at this moment, a pitch-black dot quietly appeared in the vast white space. The black dot's speed was very slow, as if it was floating at the peak of the space. Staring at the black dot, Lin Ling and the others trembled. They knew that the mysterious black dot came from the Tao realm, or the primal chaos realm, crossing the endless void and universe to reach the 8 gods' celestial palace. It's getting closer. What's that? It looks like a bamboo tube. When the black dot got closer and closer, Everyone let out cries of surprise. No, that's a fishing drum. Finally, Taoist's myriad treasures let out a terrified roar. Dong! Just as his voice fell, the crisp sound of a bamboo drum could be heard. It was as if a stone had been placed in the center of the bamboo, and the sound of the stone hitting the bamboo. This sound seemed to be sealed by the 9th level, so it didn't have much effect on Lin Ling and the others. But soon, a second clear and melodious voice sounded. Pooh! This time, the great god of the great god suffered a heavy blow as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His blood was white, and it immediately disappeared. At this moment he was only saying the 5th word. Quick, stop it! The great god's eyes. Great god of the god of the god of the great god of the god of the world. The goal of the fish drum was obviously to kill the great god of Ling Nation here. The secret of the host body of the final world will must never be revealed. If an outsider wanted to attack the 9th level, their strength would undoubtedly be suppressed. On the contrary, their attacks were still powerful on the 9th level. Therefore, when everyone's attacks erupted, they immediately blocked the sound of the fishing drum. At this moment, the great god of the spirit kingdom shouted the 6th word. However, this word seemed to be a taboo. The fishing drum, which was sealed by a huge force, shook again, and a powerful force spread out like a wave. Boom! 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 Everyone around the great god of the spirit kingdom was sent flying. They couldn't resist the power of the fishing drum. Dong! The fishing drum sounded again. This time, it was obviously going to kill the great god of the spirit kingdom. Come out! But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the great god of the spirit kingdom. Countless sabers flew out, forming a saber array that crazily collided with the sound of the fishing drum. This person was Taoist's myriad treasures. Pooh! But how could he resist the power of the fishing drum? He was immediately attacked and spat out a large amount of blood. Although he was injured, the endless saber array blocked the sound of the fishing drum. Break for me! At this moment, a palm fiercely struck out. It was as if it could split heaven and earth. When it landed on the fishing drum, it actually sent the fishing drum flying back a meter. What? Then, an incredulous voice sounded. It was Lin Ling. Previously, he had already used Panga's sky-splitting strike. However, this was the first time he encountered something that could resist sky-splitting strike. Moreover, it was only pushed back a meter. It was hard to imagine. If it wasn't for the suppression of the 9th level, sky-splitting strike wouldn't even be qualified to leave a white mark on the fishing drum. Eastern Emperor Gate of Heaven. At the same time, Saint Yi also activated the Eastern Emperor Bell. It descended from the sky and suppressed the fishing drum. Rumble! The fishing drum floated in the sky and let out a thunderous roar. But this time, the bamboo fishing drum, which seemed to be as thick as an arm, blocked the Eastern Emperor Bell's descent. It was as if an arm was holding the Eastern Emperor Bell. Chi! Chi! Saint Yi immediately sucked in a cold breath. That's it. Stop him with all your might. Although it didn't achieve the effect of destroying the fishing drum, at least it protected the great god of Spirit Nation. Therefore Lin Ling also shouted. At this moment, the great god of Spirit Nation had already shouted the 8th word. He was getting closer and closer to the final word. However, the further he went, the harder it seemed to be for him to decipher it. Even if it was a simple rune, the great god of Spirit Nation would need a certain amount of time to decipher it. This also brought pressure to Lin Ling and the rest, until the great god of Spirit Nation shouted Tong. Boom! The fishing drum, which was being suppressed by everyone, suddenly shone brightly. Countless drum beats floated out, as if countless large hands were pressing down on Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble! Lin Ling and the rest were all heavily injured and crashed to the ground. Treasure God Nanwufengyu and Pure Lady Bai had instantly lost the ability to fight. At the same time, a drum beat passed through everyone and attacked the great god of Spirit Nation. The great god of Spirit Nation was still trying to decipher the stone tablet. However, he could also sense the danger in the sky. It was about to kill him. At this moment he was panicking. He even wanted to leave the stone tablet and leave. However, the answer in his heart finally supported him. He continued to decipher the next word. Demon-subduing break. At the moment of life and death, a cosmic ray suddenly came and sealed the drum beat in the universe. Lin Ling had made his move. Lin Ling fell to the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, he had activated all his soul power. The great god of Spirit Nation stared blankly at Lin Ling. He had fought with Lin Ling for many years. However, he didn't expect that the one who saved his life was Lin Ling. Hurry up! Lin Ling let out a low roar. In fact, he did have a grudge with the great god of Spirit Nation. However, Lin Ling knew that his true opponent was the World Will. Perhaps it was the final host of the World Will. Chapter 4781. Alright. The great god of Spirit Nation gritted his teeth and tried to decipher it again. Heavens! Another word was shouted by the great god of Spirit Nation. As soon as this word was uttered, the entire 9th level began to tremble, as though it was about to collapse. Everyone could sense that a force was being born beneath their feet, as though it was about to destroy everything. Could it be that the 8 gods' celestial palace is about to collapse? Taoist Myriad Treasure's eyes trembled violently. The final host of the world's consciousness seemed to be enraged as it began to destroy the first level of the 8 gods' celestial palace, all the way to the 9th level. Dong! 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 Moreover, the fishing drum in the sky suddenly trembled and let out a crisp sound. It was like a divine song from the most ancient times. Everyone together. Taoist Myriad Treasures suddenly stood up and roared. A wooden bowl appeared in his hand as he threw it into the sky. The wooden bowl looked ordinary, but it seemed to be an extremely powerful chaotic divine artifact. After floating out, it immediately blocked all the drumbeats and enveloped the fishing drum. Eastern Emperor Bell. Sheng Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as he forcefully activated the Eastern Emperor Bell to suppress the fishing drum. Sky-flipping seal. Lin Ling slapped the ground and sat down cross-legged. He poured all his divine origin energy into the 4 directions Imperial Jade Seal and attacked. The 3 most ancient treasures suppressed the fishing drum and sent it flying backward. The previous sounds of the fishing drum were also forcefully suppressed into powder. Puff! Puff! Even so, Lin Ling and the other 2 were still heavily injured by the powerful backlash. They didn't even have the strength to sit up. Teach! At this moment, the great god of Spirit Nation spoke again. This caused everyone's eyes to light up. They were getting closer and closer to the answer. They didn't know why, but at this moment, an obsession was born in their hearts. It was as though they had to know the answer. They wouldn't hesitate even if they had to be smashed to pieces. Crazy. Among everyone, Lin Ling was the calmest. But at this moment, he also had the same feeling and couldn't help but shake his head. Rumble. However, right at this moment, the 9th floor began to crack like glass shattering. A surge of energy rushed out from the soles of his feet, seemingly destroying everything from the first level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace all the way to the 9th level. With this tyrannical destructive power, the power of the seal on the 9th level was undoubtedly weakened by a lot. This also caused the fishing drum to suddenly shine brightly. The green light illuminated the originally white space, making it incomparably strange. Rumble. Next, the fishing drum stood upright and became incomparably huge. It was like a giant rod that could hold up the sky. It looked at Lin Ling and the others and smashed down fiercely. This smash was not only meant to kill the great god of Spirit Nation, but it was also meant to wipe out Lin Ling and the others. In the end, the secret of the World Will's host body could never be revealed. Is this the price? Looking at the huge pillar in the sky, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Right now, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Taoist Master of Many Treasures and the others laughed bitterly. They knew that they couldn't escape this calamity. But for some reason, even though death was near, they didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Perhaps this was their martial Dao heart. They felt that dying on the path of pursuing the martial Dao was worth it. This was also their obsession. I heard that people are the calmest before they die. Unfortunately, even though I'm very calm now, I still don't regret it. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he looked at the great god of Spirit Nation. He saw that the great god of Spirit Nation's eyes and even his entire body was trembling. Obviously, he was shocked by the powerful force in the sky. Great God of Spirit Nation, even if we die, let us die knowing the truth. Lin Ling suddenly roared. The great God of Spirit Nation instantly reacted. That's right. Since death is inevitable, I'll continue to decipher it. Even if I die, I have to resolve the obsession in my heart. At the moment of death, his deciphering speed increased. Perhaps, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. Master, when the last word fell, the entire space-time, and even the universe seemed to have frozen. The secret of the 9 world wills host bodies. The final world wills host body, which was also the strongest world wills host body, had finally surfaced. I didn't expect it to be him. Lin Ling was stunned for a long time, before he suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Although the last 4 words of the great God of Spirit Nation were interpreted separately, when they were combined, it was the prime of Tongtian. Others didn't know the origin of the prime of Tongtian. However, Lin Ling was familiar with Chinese mythology and naturally knew what kind of existence this was. This was an existence that only 2 people in the entire universe could control, and one of them was the God of Creation Will. No wonder he had such terrifying power. Prime of Tongtian? Saint Guyi and the rest were puzzled. This was the first time they had heard of this name. The eyes of Taoist Duobao and the great God of Spirit Nation flashed, and then their expressions changed drastically. Like Lin Ling, they clearly knew how terrifying this was. It's fine. At least we know who killed us. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh when he saw the expressions of the great God of Spirit Nation and the rest. He immediately knew that they knew who it was. Indeed, Taoist Duobao laughed bitterly. Then, everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge, motionless fishing drum. They all knew that the secret had been leaked, and the fishing drum would not let them go. Sure enough, the fishing drum smashed down again, locking down and sealing everything. This smash was enough to destroy the universe. Rumble. But soon, a palm stretched out and suddenly grabbed the falling fishing drum, blocking the fishing drum from smashing down. Standing under the fishing drum was a white-haired old man. He was dressed in a white robe that was loose and gave off a lazy feeling. However, his strength was incomparably terrifying. He actually blocked the fishing drum's smashing down. Fortunately, I'm here, the old man said indifferently. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Lin Ling, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I came back at the critical moment. Lord Lin Ling. Everyone was blinking their eyes. Who was this expert that suddenly appeared? And he called him Lord Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know this old man at all. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the stone tablet. He saw that beside the stone tablet that recorded the world will's host body, another stone tablet had disappeared. 8 gods. Or giant ghost. In that instant, Lin Ling was tongue-tied as if he had seen a ghost. This old man is a giant ghost? Saint Guyi and the rest gradually reacted. They stared at the white-haired, sage-like old man and then quietly merged with the evil ghost. For a moment, they were as tongue-tied as Lin Ling. Hee hee. The old man laughed. His other hand suddenly clenched into a fist and punched out. Chapter 4782. Rumble. 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 An earth-shattering sound came from the 9th level as the space shattered like glass. The degree of shattering was as terrifying as the collapse of the universe. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others. Even if a true pinnacle higher deity was there, they would be killed by the collapse of the universe. Over here, leave this place quickly. The white-haired elder roared at Lin Ling and the rest. With a wave of his hands, large amounts of space fragments were swept away, as though he was the master of space. Quick! Lin Ling forcefully suppressed the heavy injuries in his body, and hurriedly supported the rest as he followed the elder. Shengyi, can you still walk? Go and protect White Water Maiden. At the same time, Lin Ling said to the rest. Yes, my lord. Although Shengyi was also heavily injured, he had the protection of the Donghuang Bell, so he could still barely move. He supported White Water Maiden and left. Taoist Myriad Treasures. Lin Ling looked at Taoist Myriad Treasures, who nodded with a smile, and followed the elder with the spirit nation's great gods. Dong, 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 dong. Looking at the sky again. The fishing drum that had been sent flying earlier let out a crisp sound as it chased after the group like a demonic hand of death. Bang! Rumble! However, the elder at the front waved his hand and controlled the shattered space to form a river of space that pushed towards the fishing drum. This force seemed to gather the strength of the entire 9th level, and it actually sent the fishing drum flying again. When the fishing drum chased after them again, a large amount of space and universe fragments submerged them, blocking behind Lin Ling and the others. This also made it difficult for the fishing drum to chase after Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a large hand suddenly grabbed out from the ground. This hand was so big that it could be said to be the largest in the universe. When the hand suddenly stretched out, the entire sky of the 8 gods turned into nothingness as it was forcefully blown apart. The hand floated in the air and slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a green robe. He looked ordinary as he slowly stared in the direction that Lin Ling and the rest had left. In the end, I'm still too late. I didn't expect that despite all my calculations, I still missed the 8 gods. Could it be that everything is predestined? My identity has been discovered by a few world will hosts. So what? World will against world will? Great god of Ling Nation, Taoist of many treasures Lin Ling. The green-robed man muttered to himself. Then he shook his head helplessly. His eyebrows twitched, and the huge arm carried him toward the sky. His palms suddenly clenched into a fist. With one punch, he blew up the entire universe and disappeared into the distance. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were still running wildly in the shattered space. Because the space was shattered, this place was chaotic. It seemed like they were in space, but in fact, they were shuttling back and forth between the void and the universe. It was also for this reason that the fish drum from before did not chase after them. What a terrifying feeling. Someone appeared on the 9th floor just now. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. Otherwise, we would have died for sure. This feeling is enough to make me tremble in fear. This person's strength is too terrifying. Everyone felt as if they had just survived a disaster. The corners of their mouths were trembling, and their faces were pale. Even Lin Ling was the same. It should be known that everyone present was an indomitable god. Unfortunately, they still felt as insignificant as ants when faced with the previous feeling. I guess that's Tongtian sect leader. In the end, Taoist of many treasures said with a wry smile. Don't talk nonsense. Follow me. If you lose him, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, the old man at the front roared angrily. He constantly smashed the space fragments that shot over, opened up the void, and fled in all directions. Time quietly passed. Everyone felt as if they had been running wildly in this shattered universe for 3 days. Finally, a pitch-black darkness appeared in front of them. The pitch-black darkness was faintly discernible and very mysterious. Boom! But soon the white-haired old man punched out. Something in front of him shattered, and a pitch-black darkness finally appeared in front of them. The starry sky. This place had already left the 9th floor and was in the starry sky. Looking around, there were floating meteorites and stars all around. A great path seemed to lead to the most ancient path of eternity. This is the path of a ruler. Lin Ling felt that it was familiar and said with certainty. The path of a ruler was one of the forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. He had come here when he saved Longyang and the others. That's right. It's too dangerous to return to the void of the 9 prefectures. No one knows if that colossus is waiting for us. The path of a ruler is undoubtedly the safest. The white-haired old man floated in the starry sky and said while panting. Did we escape? The gods of Spirit Nation looked around and let out a sigh of relief. The host body of the last world, well, is undoubtedly the most terrifying existence. Perhaps he alone can almost destroy the world. Now that we know these secrets, he will definitely want to kill us as soon as possible. He wants to protect these secrets, so for the sake of safety, we have to spread these secrets. Taoist master of many treasures pondered for a moment and then said, That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Moreover, he is the strongest host of the world's will. His goal is to devour all of our hosts. We have to be careful. If such a god attacks us, how can we stop him? The god of Spirit Nation shook his head. He used to be the strongest existence in the 9 prefectures. However, he was as weak as grass in front of the gods of ancient times. Such a change undoubtedly made him feel that the world had changed greatly. I don't think he dares. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed. First of all, if he is truly invincible, why would he hide any secrets and kill us? Therefore, I guess that even in the strongest world, he has opponents that he is afraid of. Therefore, as long as the secret is exposed, he won't kill us in the short term. After all, his opponents will attack him crazily. Lin Ling is right. Taoist master of many treasures nodded. However, although he won't attack in the short term, there won't be much time left for us. Sigh, if he really attacks, we can only wait for death. However, the host of the worlds will behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, is probably what he wants to devour. If he wants to devour someone, he will devour that big shot first. The god of Spirit Nation suddenly laughed. Even if the sky fell, the bigger one would hold it up. That's true. Hearing this, Lin Ling was completely relieved. The group found a meteorite island and recovered on the spot. As Lin Ling recovered, he looked strangely at the god of Spirit Nation and Taoist master of many treasures. He felt that it was very dramatic. In the past, he and the god of Spirit Nation were great enemies, but now they were fighting side by side and had gone through a life and death calamity together. If this was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 4783. However, I didn't expect you to be one of us, and also the host of the world will. But thinking about it, for you to be where you are today, how can your background be small? Moreover, you are the host of the 8th world will. In terms of potential, you are above all of us. However, no matter what, I still have to thank you for being able to escape from the 8 gods' celestial palace today. Perhaps because they had the same enemy, the great gods of the spirit kingdom were easier to talk to. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the 8 gods. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he looked at the white-haired old man and asked curiously, Senior, are you the 8 gods or the giant ghost? At this moment, the white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. When he heard Lin Ling's words, he smiled kindly. In fact, I am the 8 gods, but I am also the giant ghost. It can be said that the giant ghost has already obtained everything of mine. As for the 8 gods' celestial palace, it has been completely destroyed. From now on, there will be no more 8 gods' celestial palace. The giant ghost is not as easy to talk to as you. Although the white-haired old man said that he was the giant ghost, Lin Ling still felt strange. In fact, I prefer to see your ferocious appearance. Your kind face gives me goosebumps. It is as strange as you want to be. Shengyi opened his eyes and said, Ha ha ha. The old man couldn't help but laugh. After a long time, everyone had recovered and planned to leave this place. Lin Ling, see you in the Dao Tower. Since they came from the direction of the Dao Pagoda, the Dao Tower is the only way. Dao Pagoda Taoist Master Duo Bao looked at the giant ghost. It was said that the end of the path of sovereign was the primal chaos realm. He was
Back
once
then,
very
little
ancient,
Kunlun had also
so no
left
matter
from
how
here.
powerful Lin
On the
Ling
other
was,
hand,
he more
Lin
or less
Ling
regarded
Sheng
Lin
Yi
Ling as a junior,
and the others headed
but
to
now,
Lei Gong's
he knew
great
that
hall to
Lin
see
Ling was
Yu.
the host of the
This
world
trip
will.
to the Eight
He
Gods
already
Heavenly
regarded
Palace has
Lin Ling
benefited
as
a
an
lot.
ancient figure.
On the way,
All right,
Lin Ling took
Lin
out a
Ling
large
cupped
number
his
of
hands
jade
towards
bottles,
Taoist
which
Master
contained a
Duo
lot
Bao,
of wool mist.
and then left with everyone.
The biggest gain is
Lord
that Lord
Lin
Ling
Ling
is
I
one
have
of the
something
hosts
to
of
do
the
in the
world
chaotic
will.
realm.
However,
So I
who
have
is
to
this
separate from
Tongtian
you.
sect leader?
At this
He
moment,
seems to be
the
very
giant ghost
powerful.
stopped and looked at
Bai
Lin Ling with a
Shuai
smile.
Lin Ling
Ling's
recalled
expression
and said,
also changed.
He is one of the
The
three
giant
most
ghost
ancient
had followed
gods in
him
the
for so many
primordial
years.
age.
He
Was
is
it
as
about
famous
to
as
leave?
Taishang Laojun
Don't worry,
and Yuan
I'm just going to
Tianzuan.
look for
The
something
three of
from
them
the past.
are also the disciples
Moreover,
of Hangjun
little
ancestor.
Kunlun is also
This
in the primal
Tongtian
chaos
sect
realm.
leader is
Maybe I
incomparably
can find
powerful.
him.
He
You
is the
guys go
sect
to the
leader
Dao
of
Tower
Jie
first,
sect,
and
has
after I've
countless
dealt with the
disciples.
matter at hand,
He caused a lot
I'll
of
come
trouble.
to find you guys.
His temperament
All right,
is also
you have
very
to be careful
strange.
too.
He is
Lin
neither
Ling
good
could
nor
only
evil,
nod his head,
neither left
his eyes
nor right.
filled with reluctance.
However,
because
then
he is
everyone
very
split
strong,
up.
the
Taoist
other two
master
gods
of
will
many
give him
treasures.
face. And the
For
great god of
example,
Spirit
the
Nation,
god behind
opened their
Baishan
Dao
is
return
actually
to
a lower
heaven
figure
and
compared
headed
to
towards the
Tongtian
Dao
sect
Pagoda.
leader.
So powerful? Saint Yi exclaimed. A god behind Baishan was enough to cause chaos in the universe. If Tongtian sect leader were to make a move, the universe would be destroyed. For example, your ancestor, Donghuang Tai, is also 2 generations behind Tongtian sect leader. Lin Ling looked at Saint Yi and said, Donghuang Tai was an extremely powerful figure, but he was still much weaker than Tongtian sect leader. Such a big figure is the host of the world will. If it weren't for the 2 gods, the entire universe would have been destroyed by him. But why does he want to destroy the universe? Bai Shui Su Nu shook her head helplessly. Lord Lin Ling said that he is neither good nor evil, neither left nor right. It is not strange that he wants to destroy the universe. Saint Yi said. Then can Patriarch Subhoodie, whom I saw last time, compare to Tongtian? Namwufingyu Treasure God asked. Patriarch Bodhi is probably comparable to the god behind Baishan, but still not comparable. Lin Ling pondered and said. No wonder Taoist cultivator of many treasures was so worried. Tongtian sect leader is ridiculously powerful. Namwufingyu Treasure God sighed. Don't think too much. Just like the great god of Spirit Nation said, if the sky falls, the tall ones will block it. Lin Ling wasn't too worried and said with a smile. The group was getting closer and closer to the space where Lei Gong's palace was. However, just as they were about to get close, Lin Ling frowned because he felt many powerful auras in that space. Everyone speed up. Someone has appeared in Lei Gong's palace. Lin Ling shouted at Saint Yi and the others. Then, he sped up and rushed into the space. At this moment, in the space where Lei Gong's palace was located, countless experts from Lei Gong's palace appeared and looked at the group of people in the distance with solemn expressions. That group of people seemed to be in a sorry state, but their expressions were solemn, and their eyes were filled with anger. This is Lin Ling's Lei Gong's palace. A man sneered and licked his lips with a bloodthirsty expression. Who are you, sir? Yu and the others stared at these people, shocked by their strength, because they'd noticed that these people actually possessed the strength of a high god. As for the person who spoke, his strength was even more unfathomable. They could not see through him at all. Could he be a high god? Haha, Lin Ling's old friend. I wonder how you are related to Lin Ling. The man in the lead stared at Yu and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a palm landed on Yu's face, leaving a deep handprint on her face. Seeing that the man dared to hit Yu, everyone in Lei Gong's palace was furious. It's fine. However, Yu waved her hand and stopped everyone's anger. She said calmly, I'm Lin Ling's wife. Lin Ling's wife, right? That's great, that's great. The man in the lead laughed. He laughed happily. I'm sorry, but I'm here to bring you news. Your Thunder Lord Lin Ling is dead. We saw him being attacked by the poisonous ants with our own eyes. I'm the night god, and I'm here for you. Because Lin Ling is dead, we have to return empty-handed. So you have to bear all of our anger. Chapter 4784. Haha, Lin Ling, aren't you very powerful? You brought Lei Gong Hall to challenge us. Shout, I'll let him shout. The gods behind Night God stared at everyone in Lei Gong Hall.
They thought of what had happened to the 8 gods' celestial palace. At that time, the temple was right in front of them, and the secret of the worlds will host was also right in front of them. As long as they could get it, they would get a supreme opportunity. However, Lin Ling appeared and brought the giant ghost, and the rest to stop them, and take the secret for himself. Not only that, he even used violence to kill countless of their gods, making them return with hatred to the gods from the Tao Pagoda and the Chaos Realm. This was a supreme humiliation. If you want to blame someone, blame your relationship with Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling is dead, only you can bear our anger. Say, what do you want to die? I'll say it first, if you want to die easily, that's a dream. That's Lin Ling's wife, right? Very well, we'll start with you. An impulsive god flew over, came in front of Yu, and slapped her. A fierce slap landed on Yu's body, causing blood to flow out from the corner of Yu's mouth. You're courting death. Everyone in Leigong Hall roared. Indra and the rest all unleashed their strength, wanting to fight this group of people to the death. Everyone don't move. However, Yu shouted. She was very clear that these gods were all late-stage mid-gods, and Indra and the rest were only early-stage mid-gods. Not to mention that there were a few high-level gods. They couldn't win at all. If they were too impulsive, this
all
made
of them
him
might
feel
die.
as if he had returned to the temple,
as expected
and
of
was
Lin Ling's
ruthlessly
woman.
humiliated
You can
by
see the
Lin
big
Ling
picture.
and the others.
The old man looked
We are
at
laughing
Yu
with a smile.
You only dare to be
Haha.
proud when
If
Lin
Brother
Ling
Ling
isn't
wasn't
here.
here, if
Would
Lin
you
Ling
dare
is
to be
here,
so arrogant?
you don't even dare
When
to
you see
fart.
Brother Ling,
You
you
said
can only kneel
disdainfully
and beg for
Burst
mercy.
asterisk T.
Yu was not
Night
afraid
God
at
shouted
all.
angrily.
She looked
I've
coldly at
already
the old
said
man
that
and
Lin
said,
Ling and the
although
others
these
are already
people had
dead,
high gods,
they can't be more
Yu
dead.
didn't feel that
Moreover,
Lin Ling would be able
even
to
if he
defeat
really
them.
is in front of
However,
me,
these
he's just
people
an ant.
hated Lin Ling
If
so
I tell him
much.
to go east,
This meant
he
that
won't dare
Lin
to
Ling
go
must
west.
have made them
Do
suffer
you
a
believe
great
me?
loss.
Your
What a
mouth is
sharp
on
tongue.
you.
Whatever
The old
you
man
say
was
is the
furious,
truth.
and
Yu
his
was
right
still
hand
laughing
slapped
coldly,
Yu's face.
but her words
After
were very
that,
clear.
the old man
She
roared
didn't believe it
furiously.
at all.
Amir Lin
Ha ha
Ling
ha.
is dead.
The people
He
in
died under
Leigong's
the
main hall
encirclement
also
of the
laughed.
poison
They
diagram
didn't
ants.
believe it either.
Moreover,
You're courting
all the
death.
people who were with
Night
Lin
God
Ling
and
are
the
dead
other
as
gods
well.
were all
Do
furious.
all of you understand?
They were just a bunch of ants.
However,
Who
everyone
gave them
in
the
Leigong's
courage.
main hall laughed.
All right.
It was a
Laugh
disdainful
all you
laugh.
want.
They
But let
simply
me tell
didn't
you,
believe what these
even if
people
Lin
were
Ling is
saying.
here,
Moreover,
I'll kill you in
they
front
also
of him.
believed that
As
Lin
for
Ling
Lin
would
Ling,
never die.
he can only
What are
kneel
you
and beg
laughing
for
at?
mercy.
This
He
time,
won't even dare
Night
to
God
fart.
was furious
Night
as well.
God roared and
He was a
walked
high
toward
god,
Yu,
but
he
these
was going
people
to
weren't
kill
afraid
Yu
of him
in front of
They
everyone,
were even laughing
and make
coldly at
everyone
his
in
misfortune.
Leigong's main hall fear
and revere him. Is that so? Then kill me in front of me. However, just as Night God walked in front of Yu, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The entire void fell eerily silent. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped all the gods in the Night God realm. This also made Night God's eyes narrow. This voice was very familiar. He couldn't help but look around and realized that everyone in Leigong's main hall was laughing. They were laughing as if relieved of a heavy burden. Not only were there more fearlessness in their eyes, but there was also a hint of mockery. Kill, I'll give you a chance to kill. At this moment, the voice floated over again, making Night God's heart tremble violently. He finally slowly turned around. He didn't know when, but Lin Ling, Shengyi, and the others had appeared not far behind him, and were looking at him coldly. Lin Ling. With just a glance, Night God's heart exploded. Didn't Lin Ling die under the encirclement of the poison diagram ants? At that time, Lin Ling and the others couldn't escape even if they had wings. How did he come out alive? It's fake. Night God kept shaking his head. He had seen how terrifying the poison diagram ants were. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could escape from the encirclement. Night God. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence and walked toward Yu step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but Night God and the other gods were silent. They weren't as arrogant as before, and were all trembling. They had all seen the battle at the temple. Lin Ling's strength was monstrous and no one could stop him. If they knew that Lin Ling was still alive, they wouldn't have dared to come to Leigong's hall. Lin Ling. Night God didn't dare to move and let Lin Ling walk past him. Even if Lin Ling turned his back to him, he didn't dare to attack. Meanwhile, the people in Leigong's hall were excited. In fact, they had only guessed before. After all, Night God and the others were high gods. But now they were sure of everything. Even high gods were afraid of Lin Ling,
and only dared to be arrogant when Lin Ling wasn't around. When Lin Ling returned, they didn't even dare to fart. Therefore, the mockery on their faces became even more intense. In the eyes of Night God and the others, they were so angry that their bodies trembled as if they had lost all face. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Since that's the case, goodbye. Night God gritted his teeth and finally said. As soon as he said that, everyone wanted to leave immediately. The pressure that Lin Ling gave them was just too great. Wait. However, just as Night God turned around, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Night God frowned. I just want to know who hit my wife. Lin Ling looked at Night God coldly and said. As soon as he said that, all the gods who came with Night God trembled. They didn't dare to say a word, and could only look at the high gods. It's mine. It was a misunderstanding. How about this? I'll let you hit me back. How about that? Night God's expression changed and he finally said. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at Night God indifferently. Chapter 4785. Night God was a famous superior god in the Tao Pagoda. He had already given Yi Shiwen enough face, because to make him, a high god, apologize and let a mid-level deity slap him in the face. How humiliating was this? But Night God had also lowered himself and endured the humiliation. It's useless. You can only die. Lin Ling shook his head. You've gone too far. Night God was furious. He had lowered himself time and time again. But Lin Ling had repeatedly bullied him. I've gone too far. So what? Lin Ling took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out. It was like the battle in the temple, where one person fought against all the gods. All the gods gasped, intimidated by the aura. Night God's pupils trembled fiercely, and he subconsciously took a step back. He respected Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. I'm from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Night God had no choice but to bring out his backer. Perhaps you don't know who the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are. Then I'll tell you. The god behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain is a Buddha god. He's an ancient giant god, more powerful than the 5 emperors. I know you've provoked the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, but I guess you don't know who's behind the 3 divine gates. As he said this, his voice became louder and louder, as if he was afraid of Lin Ling, and was giving face to the ancient giant god. Unfortunately, he didn't know that when it came to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, Lin Ling was more familiar with them than Night God. Not only did Lin Ling know who this god was, but he also knew that it was the will of the world. It sounds like it's very powerful. Lin Ling smiled. It was a mocking smile. Of course it's powerful. No one in the chaotic realm doesn't give face. Unfortunately, Night God thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, Lin Ling's strength was still very strong, and he didn't dare to provoke him too much. So he said indifferently, let's forget about this matter. When I go back, I'll put in a few good words for you. Perhaps I can resolve the grudge between you and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Farewell. Farewell. Lin Ling laughed loudly and used the flipping sky seal. He looked at Yi Shun and smashed down. Boom. The cyclic sky seal didn't seem to be very powerful, but after it landed, the Night God felt dizzy and was in disbelief. Today, I will kill you in front of everyone. Let's see what the 3 divine gates of White Mountain can do. Boom. After Lin Ling's voice, the flipping sky seal struck again. Puff. Night God spat out blood and retreated, his expression changing drastically. How dare you talk about the White Mountain 3 divine gates in front of me? Let me tell you, even if the White Mountain 3 divine gates let me go, I won't let him go. Boom. Lin Ling bellowed, and the flipping sky seal smashed down again. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Night God was severely injured and shouted with a pale face. Am I crazy? I see that the one who has gone crazy is you. You clearly know that I have enmity with Baishan, yet you still dare to come to my territory. You clearly know that your strength is inferior to mine, yet you still dare to use my trump card. Are you an idiot? Also, weren't you very smug before? Didn't you say that even if I was here, I would kneel down and beg for mercy? Now where did your courage go? Where did your confidence go? Lin Ling controlled the flipping sky seal, and continuously smashed it at Night God. Boom, boom, boom. Night God's mind seemed to explode as blood flowed out continuously. He couldn't withstand the domineering flipping sky seal at all. Lin Ling's voice was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Night God's heart. Embarrassing. When he looked at Lei Gong's hall again, countless mocking voices floated out. When the voices landed in the ears of the gods who came with Night God, their faces turned pale, and they didn't dare to move. At this point, they also wondered if they were idiots. Of course, this wasn't because they weren't afraid of Lin Ling, but because they didn't know that Lin Ling could return alive. Lin Ling, I was wrong. Spare me. Night God was beaten to a pulp by Lin Ling. In the end, he could only beg for mercy. Idiot. Even if you didn't come to my house, I already wanted to kill you at the Divine Temple, let alone when you came to court death. Lin Ling laughed mockingly as he controlled the flipping sky seal and unleashed a fatal blow. Boom! A crisp sound rang out as Night God's head exploded. He couldn't be more dead. As soon as the Night God died, all the gods trembled. Even the higher gods turned pale. They did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. That was because the flipping sky seal was too terrifying. It didn't look powerful, but when it smashed down, no one could stop it. It specialized in smashing people's heads. Lin Ling. An old man trembled as he looked at Lin Ling say no more. I'm not interested in listening. Die. Lin Ling sneered as he activated the flipping sky seal and attacked. He knew very well that if he, Lin Ling, didn't have the ability to resist these people at the Divine Temple, the giant ghost and the others would have died long ago. If Lin Ling had really died at Lei Gong's palace, they wouldn't have shown mercy to Yu Yu and the others. Therefore, begging for mercy now is a pipe dream. Boom, boom, boom. Another higher god was smashed to death by the flipping sky seal. Run. At the sight of this tyrannical scene, the remaining gods panicked and fled in all directions. Trying to escape? Saint Guyi and the others stopped these gods. Saint Guyi and the others couldn't win against higher gods, but they were only intermediate gods. Saint Guyi could still easily deal with them. Lin Ling sneered as he controlled the flipping sky seal to chase after the remaining higher gods. No, Lin Ling, spare me. The higher gods fled frantically as they begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lord Lin Ling is so powerful. Seeing Lin Ling easily crush a high-level deity, the people in the Thunder God Hall all sucked in a cold breath of air. Brother Ling's strength has increased, and it's increasing so quickly. Yu Yu and the others were extremely glad. If Lin Ling's strength hadn't increased, they would have all died in the previous calamity. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so quickly. Higher gods were like chickens and pottery dogs. My second brother's strength will increase greatly every time he leaves. I really don't know how he cultivates. Indra and young Master Yao's eyes were filled with admiration as they shook their heads helplessly. After a long time, all the gods fell, and their treasures were collected by Lin Ling. Linger. At this time, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others arrived. Father, Lin Yi also arrived. Once the sacred land of the rainforest, his friends from Jiuzhou all appeared. They looked at the indomitable man and were extremely excited. It's all right. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at everyone. Then he looked at Yu Yu and found that Yu Yu's cheeks were a little swollen. This made Lin Ling's heart ache, but it was only a superficial wound, so Lin Ling didn't take it to heart. He brought everyone back to Lei Gong's Great Hall. The entire Lei Gong's Great Hall, and even the entire Jiuzhou, was filled with joy. For some reason, after Lin Ling's return, everyone felt that even if the sky fell, they wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 4786. Sakura and the others were dumbfounded for a whole day. Finally, they understood why Lin Ling was so strong. It turned out that this kid had a powerful background. However, although Lin Ling was the host of the world will, they were not worried about Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling would always stand with them. In the following days, Lin Ling entered the square prison. This was because he wanted to return the flipping sky seal to Guangchengzi. In front of the prison, Lin Ling looked at the green mountains and clear waters, and couldn't help but sigh. Guangchengzi was indeed powerful. While others were in prison, He seemed to be on vacation. Moreover, Guangchengzi's strength must be very strong. He was probably as strong as the Buddha god behind White Mountain. Lin Ling, you're back. Where's the flipping sky seal? At this time, Guangchengzi appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. I didn't find it. Lin Ling blinked. Haha. Guangchengzi smiled and waved his right hand. The square imperial jade seal floated out of Lin Ling's body, which made Lin Ling extremely depressed. This was because Lin Ling also liked the flipping sky seal. It was easy to smash people's heads, and was a great weapon for killing. Therefore, he pretended that he didn't find it to see if he could deceive him. However, Lin Ling underestimated Guangchengzi. You are full of treasures and have countless supreme techniques. You even have the Quafu sun chasing boots. You still want to covet my flipping sky seal? Guangchengzi scolded jokingly, which made Lin Ling chuckle. Of course, he knew that although the Quafu sun chasing boots were powerful, it hadn't reached its full potential. On the other hand, the flipping sky seal was a ready-made treasure that had been refined by Guangchengzi for many years and could be controlled at any time. Senior Guangchengzi, now that I have completed the task, I wonder about the treasures you mentioned before? Lin Ling said with a smile. Do you know the final host of the world will? Guangchengzi didn't answer Lin Ling's question, but asked instead. Yes. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. Then, he saw Guangchengzi's curious face and didn't hide it. He said directly, it's the Tongtian sect leader. The more people knew this secret, the more chances of Lin Ling surviving. So, even if Guangchengzi didn't ask, Lin Ling didn't intend to hide any secrets. Tongtian, Tongtian, Tongtian. Guangchengzi gasped and his face changed. Naturally, he knew what kind of person was Tongtian, Tongtian. Never would have thought the sect leader Tongtian deity. If that were the case, the sect's leader, years ago. Seeing Guangchengzi's appearance, Lin Ling could not help smiling and said, relax, even if the sky falls down, the tall ones will go and support it. Those who are taller will go. That includes me as well. You've really thought it through. Guangchengzi smiled bitterly. If the sky-reaching church wanted to destroy the world, it would be them, the powerful gods, who would be the first to die. Only after all of them were dead would it make a move against Lin Ling and the other gods. You've thought it through? Lin Ling didn't comment. If he wasn't the host of the world will, Tongtian sect leader wouldn't do anything to him. But now it was hard to say. He might be targeted by Tongtian sect leader faster than Guangchengzi. The treasures you want are all here. Guangchengzi shook his head and handed over a brocade pouch. Then he bid farewell and left. Lin Ling guessed that Guangchengzi wanted to tell the news to others. This was even better. The more people knew, the safer Lin Ling and the others would be. These treasures. Lin Ling checked the brocade pouch and found that there were countless treasures inside. Many of them were treasures that only appeared in the Tao realm. Moreover, Lin Ling had already accumulated many treasures. With these treasures, it might be possible for him to form an 8th Dantian. After the trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling knew how weak he was. Just like Tongtian sect leader, he could kill Lin Ling with just a breath. After forming an 8th Dantian, my strength will definitely be doubled. I hope these treasures are enough. For safety's sake, I'll stack up all the treasures. Lin Ling left the square prison and returned to the void where Lei Gong's palace was. He knew that the birth of the 8th Dantian was a matter of great importance. He couldn't be careless, so he had to be absolutely sure. Then, he returned to the Tao realm and exchanged all the Tao realm fragments for treasures. Only then did he return to the Lei Gong's palace. He also told Sheng Yi to take good care of the Lei Gong's palace during this period. Lin Ling then disappeared. He was now full of treasures, and the Wuxia was innumerable. He didn't leave the void. Instead, he found an extremely quiet place and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. The 8th Dantian must have talent. The Tyrant Song Sword is the talent of the 8th Dantian. But now, the Tyrant Song Sword has merged with the Eternal Killer Mother. It will take some time. Moreover, the birth of the 8th Dantian is equivalent to the birth of the 8th universe. I must let go of everything and become selfless. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void, and all the martial arts that he had learned in the past few years went through his mind.
He didn't even let go of the mortal martial arts that he had learned in the Guyan sect. It was as if he was building a solid foundation. His heart had forgotten everything at this moment. Only the martial arts, only the world of himself. Gradually, Lin Ling's body began to dim, as if he was an illusion. In the end, he completely disappeared into the void. Even if there was a superior god here, if they didn't come within 1 meter of Lin Ling, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. And this was selfless. It was as if he had become the universe. There was no self, no other, only eternity. Time passed quietly. At the same time, the treasure on Lin Ling's body quietly floated out and circled around the void. It was as if it had transformed into a huge black hole. As soon as the black hole appeared, the endless energy of the universe slowly flowed into it, causing the black hole to become bigger and bigger. It started to devour everything. This powerful energy spread out, and the void where Lei Gong's hall was located was affected. However, the people in Lei Gong's hall had already received news from Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was in seclusion, so they didn't find it strange. However, the other gods in the void were the opposite. Because the black hole was too big, it had already penetrated the void and reached other universes. This also caused the gods to be covetous, thinking that an ancient chaos treasure was about to be unearthed. Look, the void is faintly discernible. The treasure is in there. Someone could vaguely see the void where Lin Ling was. However, that void disappeared extremely quickly, only reappearing in an instant. It's mine. A powerful god couldn't restrain himself and tried to seize the treasure. However, just as he approached the void passage, a powerful suction force appeared, causing him to see a huge black hole. This black hole was as big as a universe, and it was also like an eye looking down on him. At this moment, he was completely flustered and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. An incomparably terrifying suction force appeared and sucked that god in. Finally, he turned into nothingness and became a part of the supreme black hole. Chapter 4787. The enormous black hole would appear and disappear from time to time in the void, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Within the black hole, boundless energy was surging. The energy was so terrifying that even a high god would be squeezed by the powerful energy and might even explode to death. The energy of heaven and earth was the key to a god's breakthrough. However, too much energy could also lead to a disaster. Time passed quietly just like that. Finally, the black hole completely stabilized and no longer intersected with the void everywhere. The void near Lei Gong's hall also stabilized. Can Brother Ling successfully break through? Yu Yu and the others looked at the distant sky. They couldn't see Lin Ling at all, but they could sense that Lin Ling was in this void. This void was originally devoid of spiritual energy, but now it's rich in spiritual energy. Is it because of Father's divine ability? Lin Yi, his wife, and daughter also looked into the distance with admiration. Your father is the reincarnation of a great god. He is definitely extraordinary. Our 9 continents, the void, and even the entire universe in the future will depend on your father. As his son, you should be proud of your father. Ancestor Taiyin said with a smile. I'm proud of my father. He's also my lifelong idol. Lin Yi nodded heavily. In fact, everyone had the same thought as Lin Yi. Lin Ling was now too powerful. He was a god among gods, an existence that couldn't be underestimated in any era. Therefore they admired and worshipped him. They even regarded him as their spiritual pillar. They had never imagined that a day would come when such a powerful god would appear by their side and chat merrily with them. Let's go to the Dao realm. Lord Lin Ling must have broken through for a long time. It's pointless for us to wait here. Saint Yi said with a smile. Everyone gradually dispersed. Those who were cultivating went to cultivate. Those who were in the Dao initiation realm went to the Dao initiation realm. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers withered and bloomed. Time rolled by in this void universe. The void universe, which was originally devoid of spiritual qi, was now more stable, as if it had its own great law. These laws were different from the 9 states void, the Dao realm, and the chaos realm. It was like a new world. Although it couldn't compare to those ancient universes, It had boundless potential. Lei Gong had inadvertently obtained this void and gifted it to Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lei Gong was present, he would never have imagined that this void could grow and even surpass the void of the 9 prefectures. 100 years quietly passed. More and more people entered the void, and many interfaces began to appear in the void. Naturally, the spiritual qi in the air became even denser. This also caused countless cultivators of the 9 prefectures to want to enter this place to cultivate. Unfortunately, the requirements to enter this place were very high. After another 100 years, this void became the god's void above the void of the 9 continents. It was the place that countless warriors in the 9 continents yearned for the most. It was also the strongest world. 200 years had passed, and Yu and the others' strength had also slowly increased. They gradually gained a firm foothold in the Dao realm, especially Xingyi and the others. Their reputation soared, and no one dared to provoke them. However, Lin Ling still seemed to have disappeared. He was still selfless, or it could be said that he had quietly become the embodiment of this universe. However, after 200 years, the entire void would occasionally tremble, and terrifying energy storms would constantly sweep out. These energy storms wouldn't kill the cultivators, and if the cultivators were lucky enough to encounter these energy storms, their strength would skyrocket. Skyrocketing, this wasn't a big deal. No one knew why this was the case, but this void had become even more attractive. Many cultivators even tried to sneak in. Moreover, there were experts from other universes who invaded and wanted to occupy this void of the universe. But in the end, they were obliterated by the master of this void of the universe. After a long time, no one dared to easily invade this place. Perhaps, only the experts from the chaos realm had the strength to dominate this void of the universe. There are so many energy storms. It's like a great opportunity. Anyone who encounters them can soar to the sky in one step. Yes, Big Brother Sakura also encountered one, and used it to break through his realm. Now, he has the strength of a mid-stage mid-god. It's a pity that these energy storms come without warning. It's completely based on luck. I've been wandering around here for so long, but I haven't encountered one even once. Sister Yu, do you think these energy storms have something to do with Lin Ling? He has disappeared for 200 years. Yu and the others were always paying attention to the void of the universe, but Lin Ling still hadn't returned. At this moment, no one saw that at the end of this void of the universe, there was a stone platform. A man was sitting cross-legged there. He was wearing a blue robe, and his eyes were slightly closed. His entire person was like a stalk of heaven and earth's origin. That's right, he was like an incarnation of a treasure, an extremely rare treasure. And he was Lin Ling. The reason why he had turned into a treasure was because the black hole had entered his body. The black hole was formed by Lin Ling's countless treasures, and after 100 years of absorption, it had already accumulated an endless amount of heaven and earth's energy. And this energy was also Lin Ling's capital for the birth of his 8th Dantian. In order to birth his 8th Dantian, Lin Ling had prepared for 200 years. At the 300th year, he began to break through the realm. The Eternal Killer Mother and the tyrannical Song Sword fused to form the Eternal Killer World. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His voice was very old, like a rock. Let's begin. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a taboo descended. It was as if the great law of the universe had descended. On this day, the entire void of the universe was pitch black, and all light disappeared. And in Lin Ling's body, a black hole appeared, rolling continuously, and formed the 8th Dantian. Moreover, this Dantian was also madly increasing, directly rushing into the realm of lower deity and intermediate deity. The reason why it was able to increase in speed was not unrelated to Lin Ling's 200 years of preparation. And as the black hole continued to form, a sword quietly appeared in his Dantian, turning into the innate ability of the 8th Dantian. This sword was the tyrannical Song Sword, but after fusing with the Eternal Killer Mother, it had completely turned into an innate ability of killing and life. This was also the Eternal Killer World. It represented the endless slaughter of the Eternal Killer World, And after killing to the extreme, it was the creation of life. The strength of this innate ability was at the level of an 8th grade higher deity, and after awakening, it instantly reached the level of a 1st grade higher deity. This was also Lin Ling's most powerful innate ability among his 8 innate abilities. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.